Galw'r aelodau I drefn. Yr eitem gyntaf yn agenda ni'r wythnos yma yw cwestiynau'r prif weinidog a'r cwestiwn cyntaf Nick Ramsey.
Diolch, Llywyd. Will the First Minister make a statement on the provision of dementia services in South East Wales?
Yes, and Iron Bevan University Health Board have recently completed a consultation on the development of 3 centres of excellence for dementia care in their area, and they're working with the Regional Partnership Board to implement a new dementia action plan.
Thank you, First Minister. The decision of an Iron Bevan Local Health Board to close the St Pierre Dementia Ward at Chepstow Community Hospital has been roundly criticised by dementia sufferers and their families alike in my constituency. It now appears that the decision could face a legal challenge from Monmouthshire County Council, as it seems there is a strong case for a judicial review, and such action will clearly be detrimental, to say the least, to the relationship between the local authority and the Health Board. What discussions has your government had with the local Health Board about their decision, and will you press the board to look at reversing this decision even at this late hour?
Well, it is for the Health Board to plan and design services that meet population needs. Now, of course, as the member has said, there are public concerns due to the closure of the ward at Chepstow. I understand the CHC have expressed overall support in relation to the community-based model. We know that community-based services assist people to have access to appropriate and timely services as close to their home as possible. The board have agreed a further £200,000 recurring revenue to continue to develop community-based services in Monmouthshire in recognition of the impact of this service change. Now, as far as we as a government are concerned, of course, our dementia plan looks to strengthen services within the community to enable admissions to hospital for dementia to either be avoided or result in a shorter stay.
Cwestiwn 2, Hefin David.
Will the First Minister make a statement on Welsh Government support for small and medium-sized house builders?
Well, there are many products to support the sector. For example, through the Development Bank, the Wales Property Development Fund provides small and medium-sized home builders with affordable housing opportunities, and our House Builders Engagement Programme also works with small companies to develop targeted support.
My concern is that the house building industry is dominated by a very small number of very large firms, which effectively creates a cartel, keeps prices artificially high, and prevents the mass building of affordable homes that are needed, because it's not in the interest to meet demand in the long term, because that will cause prices to fall. The answer, I think, is an expanded housing market in which small, locally based businesses who are sensitive to the needs of their communities are able to thrive and grow, and I intend to hold a cross-party group later this year to explore how we can do more of that. But I'd like to know what more can the Welsh Government do to develop that ambition and to grow that small business house building base?
Well, could I point to 2 things in particular? I mentioned there the House Building Engagement Programme. Now, we are working with private developers, including SMEs, to understand and, of course, to tackle the barriers that they face to building more housing. That relationship is reflected in the recent announcement to quadruple the Wales Property Development Fund to £40 million. That will be recycled over the 15-year life of the current scheme to an estimated investment of £270 million. But we also specifically want to support local builders to build the homes people need through a new partnership between Valleys Councils and the Development Bank for Wales that will build on the fund. And just to give one example, there is an initiative in RCT to make small parcels of public land available and therefore, of course, more attractive and accessible to SME developers.
Mohammed Ashkar.
Madam Presiding Officer, First Minister, according to the Home Builders Federation, the Welsh Government could support small and medium-sized house builders by forcing local authorities to speed up progress on delivering their development plans and 5 years land supplies. The Joint Housing Land Availability Study revealed that only 6 local authorities had a 5-year supply of readily developable housing land, in spite of this being a key planning policy requirement by the Welsh Government. First Minister, what action will you take to ensure that the local planning authority meet your government's requirement and increase the availability of deliverable housing sites in Wales, please?
Well, it's a matter for local planning authorities to have in place a development plan and to meet the requirements in terms of housing supply. The problem is, of course, if there's no development plan in place, then, of course, there is no guidance in effect. The problem then becomes something resembling a free-for-all. That's in nobody's interests. 2 things, however, are important. First of all, it is absolutely crucial that local authorities work together Artificial political boundaries are just not recognised by the housing market. If we look, for example, at the south east of Wales, we can't parcel up planning purely on the basis of local planning authority boundaries. So working together will be hugely important. But also, of course, coming back to the point I made before, it's one thing to have a supply of land for the future. It's another thing to ensure that that land is available in parcels that are attractive enough for SMEs to be able to compete.
Bethan Syed.
Just yn parhau gyda'r thema yma, byddwn ni eisiau gwybod os bydde modd i rhoi ffafriaeth posib i tai cwmnïau sydd yn cael tai eco. Dwi'n credu bod yn rhywbeth sydd angen cael ei edrych arno o ran cynaladwyedd y farchnad ac o edrych i wneud ein tai yn fwy cynaladwy. Oes modd i chi edrych mewn i hwn fel Llywodraeth mwyn sicrhau bydde cynlluniau o'r fath yn cael rhyw fath o flaenoriaeth?
Diddorol, fel reol, wrth gwrs, yn y gorffennol, mae hwn wedi cael ei ddelio gyda reoliadau adeiladu ynglyn â'r safonau sy'n cael ei fabwysiadu ynglyn â tai yn y ffordd hwnna. Mae'r system cynllunio yn delio gyda'r ffordd mae tir yn cael ei defnyddio, a nid beth sy'n digwydd ar y tir ynglyn â safonau adeiladu unwaith mae tai yn cael ei adeiladu. Ond, wrth gweud hynny, fi'n credu bod hwnna'n syniad sydd yn werth ystyried, a falle os ydych sgrifennu nôl i'r aelod gyda mwy o fanylion, wel, na fydd yma.
Nawr gan arweinwyr y pleidiau, arweinydd grŵp UKIP, Neil Hamilton.
The First Minister is no doubt familiar with the aphorism that all political lives end in failure unless cut off at midstream at a happy juncture. Is the First Minister's political career still in midstream, and is this a happy juncture?
Well, I think the leader of UKIP is an example of life after death in politics. Although I'm not sure what kind of political life it is for him. No, I mean, from my perspective, I've outlined a timetable. I think it's important the country has continuity, and it's important, of course, that everything is in place to prepare for my successor, whoever that might be.
Well, we shall miss him when he's gone, and I want to move on now to... I don't know what the First Minister's long-term objectives are and whether he plans to stand for the Assembly in the next Assembly elections, and therefore the extent to which he retains an interest in whether we expand the size of this institution or not. The Assembly Commission has embarked upon a consultation exercise, the results of which have not yet been made public, but nobody has actually gauged the feeling amongst the public in general, as far as I'm aware. So opinion poll, which has been carried out by Opinion Research, a respected market research company. And we asked the public, do you support an increase in Assembly members at the National Assembly for Wales from 60 to either 80 or 90? Only 32% of respondents were in favour of an increase, 42% and 26% don't know. Does the First Minister think it right that we should proceed with this exercise without carrying the public with us?
Well, we shall see what happens at the next election in terms of whether UKIP are correct in their analysis of public opinion. If he wishes to know my plans post-2021, he is welcome to look to join the Labour Party and attend the General Management Committee of the next Present Constituency Labour Party, and I'm sure he will be enlightened as a result of that. Can I say it's hugely important this debate is a sensible one and not one driven by what is seen as political expediency. I have been in this Assembly since 1999. I confess I only spent just over a year on the back benches, but I do know that there is immense pressure and strain on backbenchers of all parties, because we have moved on from being what was in effect a kind of administrative body. I mean, I remember standing here and introducing on the old building, introducing the potatoes originating in Egypt order and the undersized whiting order, and we used to debate them. The level of scrutiny was nothing like as deep as it necessarily is now, and that has to be reflected not just in the working practices of members, but in the numbers of members, because we have proceeded far beyond where we were in 1999, and a sensible debate has to be had as to what the correct number of AMs is. I notice that Northern Ireland, with a population just over half that of Wales, has 109. Scotland has 129. We must look sensibly and carefully at what the right number is for the Assembly.
Well, I hear what the First Minister says, that we're all overworked, but I'm not sure that that's going to strike much of a chord with the general public. Before the Assembly was set up, of course, there was a referendum, and before the Assembly's powers were increased, there was a referendum in 2011. Why should we not have a referendum on whether to expand the size of the Assembly on this occasion?
Well, the member is talking about fundamental constitutional changes. I don't believe this is one. I think it's perfectly possible for parties to examine this and take their case to the people of Wales through an election, if that's what it takes. But certainly, we must be careful about this. I mean, it's never going to be popular to say to people, let's have more politicians. Let's all accept that. But I think we have to counter that by saying to people we have to have the right number of people to do the job properly. It's in nobody's interests to have Assembly members in a position where they may not be able in the future to scrutinise in the way that they would want to, and that is a situation that we need to avoid by looking at the numbers that would be in this body in years to come.
Arweinydd Plaid Cymru, Leanne Wood.
Diolch, Llywydd. Before my questions, I'd like to acknowledge the announcement made by the First Minister on the weekend. First Minister, you have held this role for a long time and you've had a lengthy term in government prior to becoming First Minister. And I know that you and I have had our political differences, and I'm sure that we will continue to have those differences. But I genuinely wish you all the best and your family for the future. Now, we still have time to hold you to account, and I'm sure no one would expect us to let up on that. So with that in mind, can you please tell us how many people in Wales are in employment on a 0 hours contract? Has it increased or decreased since 2016?
It's very difficult to give an answer to that question because, of course, the private sector is not something that comes under our control. What we have done, however, of course, is to effectively outlaw 0 hours contracts in the public sector. We want to make sure, for example, in the care sector is a foundation sector as far as we are concerned, and we will use our powers to the utmost. We'll push the boundaries of our powers to make sure that 0 hours contracts are not there as far as the public sector are concerned. There is a job to be done yet in terms of ensuring that public sector bodies ensure there are no 0 hours contracts in place when they subcontract, and that is an area which still needs some work.
Well, perhaps I can help you, First Minister. Proportionately, more people in Wales are now employed on 0 hour contracts than any other UK nation. And if I can put it another way, it's under a Labour government, more people per head of the population are in unstable 0 hours work than in any other country in the UK. Could the First Minister point the 43,000 people in Wales on 0 hours contracts where in his government's economic action plan is a strategy to stop this abhorrent employment practice?
Two things. Firstly, it will be an economic contract. There will be a very heavy focus on fair employment. Secondly, as I announced on Saturday, there will be a Fair Work Commission established. The job of that commission will be to look at all levers, some legislative potentially, some not, in order to make sure that as far as we can go in terms of the powers that we have, that we truly make Wales a fair work nation.
Of course, some people want the flexibility of this kind of employment, but most people don't. And for that matter, Labour has supposedly committed to end their use. Now, with this in mind, I'd like to point you to the page 45 of Labour's 2017 election manifesto. Alongside boasting about the Welsh Government's clearly false record in ending the use of 0 hours contracts, it contains a commitment to legislate against them. We know from the NHS pay cap fiasco that this government has a habit of disowning its own manifesto. So how about the programme for government? And I'll quote from page 13 of your programme for government, which says, we will seek to limit the use of 0 hours contracts. So let me put a simple question to you, First Minister. Did you mislead people, or was it incompetence that has led Wales to becoming the 0 hours contracts capital of the UK?
Well, when it comes to the public sector, we have delivered. We've ensured that there are far fewer 0 hours contracts. We want to drive them down as far as possible as well, in terms of subcontractors as well. But the second point is this: she is right. She is right to point to the 2017 general election manifesto. Of course, that would have used powers that are not available to us as a devolved institution or a government in order to move forward in creating a fair work nation across the whole of the UK. Unfortunately, we did not see a Labour government elected at that time, but I have absolutely no doubt that at the next general election we will have a Labour Prime Minister.
Arweinydd yr Wrthblaid, Andrew Arty Davies.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Could I join in the sentiments that the Leader of Plaid Cymru said, in acknowledging the statement you made to the Labour Party conference, First Minister? There will be a time to pay tribute in this chamber to your time in public life and service here as First Minister and Minister, but without doubt, obviously, there will now form an election in the Labour Party to find a successor to your good self. But in that time that you remain First Minister, I wish you all the very best. And ultimately, I do hope that you are able to keep the wheels of government moving forward, because, as I've said many times in this place, I might disagree politically with you and the members on that front bench, but 3 million people depend on the decisions that you make in a whole raft of public services, and ultimately those public services are obviously the crown jewel of what we require here in Wales. With that in mind, First Minister, I'd like to ask you about the Economic Action Plan that was brought forward by the Welsh Government in December. And one of the key planks, surely, of any economic action plan is to increase take-home pay here in Wales. Regrettably, we know that we have the lowest take-home pay of any part of the United Kingdom. £498 is the average take-home pay here in Wales, against the UK average of £550. We know for a fact that since the start of devolution, a Welsh pay packet is £49 behind a Scottish pay packet, which at the start of devolution was exactly the same for a Welsh worker and a Scottish worker. Why, with 17,500 words in the Economic Action Plan, are wages only mentioned twice if it isn't a priority for your government to make sure we close that gap to invigorate economically our communities in Wales?
Well, first of all, I do have to point out, of course, that the reduction or removal of in-work benefits has not helped in terms of people's take-home pay in Wales. I mean, we've seen the effect that has had. We are no longer, unfortunately, as a result of the actions of the UK government, in a position where we can say to people, if you get a job, you'll be better off. And that is surely a disincentive for people to gain employment. Here's what we will do. Well, there are two issues here. First of all, fair work, making sure that people get a fair day's pay for a fair day's work, and that's what the Fair Work Commission will be charged to do. And secondly, productivity. Productivity undoubtedly leads to a driving up of people's wages. Now, this is a UK problem. It is a problem that I know is more acute in Wales. I accept that. But it is an issue that we should all strive to overcome. Why is it, for example, a German worker gets far more out of the same machine than a worker in the UK would? Well, part of it is training. A heavy emphasis on training, whether it's in-work training through employers. Jobs Growth Wales is an example of that. Also, of course, working closely with our FE colleges to make sure people have the skills they need to increase their personal incomes. And that is the way, to me, to look to drive up GVA per head.
As I said, regrettably, over the 20 years, we've seen that massive gap open up between a Scottish worker and a Welsh worker, and obviously, sadly, Wales stay at the bottom of the league table when it comes to wages. I have to say, in the answer you gave me, doesn't give me much confidence that there is going to be that big change by certainly the early 2020s, if not the mid-2020s. And that money coming into communities the length and breadth of Wales, surely, what you'd accept, would reinvigorate those communities. And one key plank of economic activity is house building, and we've heard already from the member for Caerphilly the importance of house building. Last year, there was a 10% reduction in house building in Wales. Now, if you have low wages, then you've got low demand for houses, because obviously it's difficult to make the economic case for house builders to invest in areas. So surely you can see the link. Why isn't the Economic Action Plan more prescriptive in the help that the Welsh Government will give to assist house building in Wales? Because, as I said, last year alone, we saw a 10% decrease in house building here in Wales.
Well, the latest statistics show that we continue, I'd argue, to have a positive trend in the number of homes completed in Wales, with October to December 2017 data showing an increase of 29% on the previous quarter. During the 12 months to the end of December 2017, a total of 6,885 new dwellings were completed. That's up by 4% on the 12 months to December 2016. What are we doing as a government? Well, first of all, of course, ensuring... David Melding's very lively today, I must say. We are working with our partners, of course, to deliver against our key commitment of providing 20,000 affordable homes. And on top of that, of course, we have Help to Buy Wales. We know that that's firmly established. It's a £290 million investment in the second phase. That will support the construction of over 6,000 new homes by 2021, helping first-time buyers get onto the property ladder, and, of course, the changes to land transaction tax. They will help to stimulate the market, particularly for those who are most in need, who have the lowest incomes. And we see from the figures that I've given already the positive effect of what we're doing.
I wish I could join you in being positive about those figures, First Minister. As David Melton pointed out, we need 12,000 houses per year to meet the demand. As I pointed out, the figures, not my figures, the industry figures, show a 10% decline in house building last year. I've indicated about wage restraint here in Wales. After 20 years of Labour in government, we are the lowest paid nation of the United Kingdom. Compared to other parts of the UK, that is a deplorable record. One of the things that you have championed in your time as First Minister is obviously obviously the new M4 Relief Road, as you believe that will create great economic potential, not just for the south east of Wales, but across the whole of the South Wales corridor. Can you confidently say that with the intention you announced on Saturday, the M4 Relief Road will proceed on the basis of the support the government has given to date, namely continuation of the support of the Black Route, as you have indicated that that has been a personal goal for you to deliver, and now we know that there will be a new First Minister. Can you say that that will remain a Welsh Government priority?
Well, I don't think I've expressed a strong preference for either route, and nor can I, because I'll be the decision maker who takes the final decision. But there is no doubt there's a problem. We can all see what the issue is at in the tunnels at Brynglas, and that problem will not be is not easy to resolve. And I will consider the evidence of the planning inspector when I get that evidence. But it's not just about roads. It's also about the metro, making sure that public transport is fit for purpose. We know that Cardiff Central Station has 11 million people going through it every year. That number is bound to increase. There is no road solution for people coming in from the north into Cardiff. There's nothing, you can't expand North Road. The A470 will always have a choke point as people come into to Cardiff. And the answer to that is multifaceted to me. It means making sure there are more frequent services on the existing railway lines, better services, affordable services, new lines being opened up, particularly through light rail, and also, of course, the promotion of active travel. I know my colleague, the would point that out, and he's quite right to do so, because Cardiff has great potential for ensuring that more people use bikes and walking in order to get to work. So, yes, roads are important, we know that, but also so are the trains, both light and heavy rail, and, of course, what has traditionally been seen as recreation by some, but really is a form of transport, and that's cycling.
Question 3, Mark Reckless.
Will the First Minister make a statement on public ownership of retail and commercial property?
Well, the guiding principles for Welsh Government ownership of property are set out in our corporate asset management strategy, and other public bodies will have their own relevant asset strategies. But, of course, since bringing Cardiff Airport back into government ownership, it's been a remarkable success, and I look forward to the first Qatar Airways flight coming in next week.
Certainly look forward to those Qatar flights starting. First Minister, on 11th of April, Ken States said that there had been no transaction connected with a proposed Cardiff bus station that would create a liability for SDLT or land transaction tax. Yet on the 18th of April, he said Welsh Government had recently bought the site from Cardiff Council for £12 million. Did Welsh Government agree, exchange and complete on such a large and complex deal in less than a week? Or has it somehow sought to avoid its own 6% super tax on land transactions?
No, we did not gain a tax advantage as a result of this transaction being completed under SDLT rather than LTT, so I can assure the member of that.
Jenny Rathbone.
On this same subject, which obviously is of great interest to me, could you explain why it's been necessary for the Welsh Government to intervene with this proposed Metro delivery partnership, given that a huge number of commercial companies have benefited from relocating to Central Square, and I would have expected them to make the planning gain necessary to build the bus station, which is a crucial part of making this a success?
Well, it's been necessary for us to become involved because we want to make sure the Metro is successful. We have a vision for the site around Cardiff Central to become an integrated transport hub, to provide seamless integration between trains, buses, coaches and the Metro, allowing easy access for pedestrians and storage facilities for cyclists and, of course, facilities for taxis and private cars. Because we know that an integrated transport hub is by far the most effective way of ensuring that people will actually use the system in the first place. So I think it is appropriate for government to become involved in developing the heart of our capital city for the benefit of not just the people of Cardiff, but of course people who live beyond and work in the city every day.
Question 4, Jane Bryant.
What progress is the Welsh Government making in combating loneliness and social isolation?
Well, we'll deliver on our commitment to produce a strategy by March 2019, building on the work of the Health, Social Care and Sport Committee, inquiry into loneliness and isolation. We are engaging widely with stakeholders, including the Scottish and UK governments, to help us to set the direction that will drive our work.
Thank you, First Minister. Loneliness and isolation can affect anyone at any time in our lives. It's a significant public health issue, and we know it can be as damaging as smoking 15 cigarettes a day. I hosted a roundtable discussion with Age Cymru in my constituency last month about tackling loneliness. And one good example is the work of Friend in Me in an Aneurin Bevan University Health Board. They're working to pair up care homes and schools, and the benefits there are clear for everyone to see. What role can Welsh Government play in supporting initiatives like this, which bring all generations together and tackle loneliness and isolation across Wales?
Well, Friendly Me is an excellent project. Of course, it's been developed by an Aneurin Bevan board. We know that where people are lonely, it's not just a question of them not having company and the sense of isolation, but it affects people's health. And that's why, obviously, as a health board, it's rightly correct to actually get involved in making sure that loneliness as an issue is dealt with. I can say to the member, on the 23rd of April, we commissioned research looking at the basic principles of sustainable community-based volunteering approaches to tackling loneliness and social isolation amongst older people. It is not perhaps the snappiest title ever invented by government, but nevertheless it does explain what it's going to do. And that is there, of course, to enable us to find out what the most effective ways of tackling loneliness actually are, to make sure that what is developed in months and years to come is as effective as it can be.
Angela Burns.
Friendly Me is indeed an excellent innovation, First Minister, and in fact next month you will be paying tribute to and recognising the work of Mary Adams, who's a constituent of mine in West Wales, for the work that she undertakes through the Rotary-backed Rota Kids project. Rota Kids spends time with people with dementia, with people suffering from loneliness and who feel very, very isolated, in order to bring some of that relief into some of the hours of their days. These projects are absolutely vital. And yet in that very important Health and Social Care Committee report, the government only partially accepted one of the recommendations. That was the recommendation to ask for 3-year funding for projects such as this in order to ensure that they have a chance to embed in the local community and become self-sustaining. Will you work with your Secretaries of Health, Social Care and Finance whilst you're doing this review in order to ensure that we look at this, because all these projects are worth nothing if they evaporate after a year, and in fact they leave behind a really sad wake of people who once had something who can no longer access a very vital service.
It is a challenge in government to seek to provide 3-year revenue funding when our own budget often is necessarily, because of the block grant that we get, has to be developed on a shorter timescale. There's an issue that's always been with us. It's not a political point I make, but that nevertheless is true. But yes, as far as possible, we try to ensure that we don't simply see revenue funding for organisations disappear after a particular period of time. Where that does happen, and it has, we look to work with them to make, or we encourage them to work with us to look at sustainable funding solutions elsewhere. And I know there are some organisations like Men's Sheds. I visited one in her constituency, in fact, in Pembroke Dock, which have been very successful in terms of combating loneliness amongst men who've lost their partners.
Di Lloyd.
Diolch, Llywydd. Wel ie, dyna di'r pwynt sylfaenol yn deillio o'n hadroddiad ni fel Pwyllgor Iechyd. Ac yn bellach i'r esiampla da ni wedi glywed sydd hefyd, wrth gwrs, yn mynd i fod yn fregus o ran ariannu tymor hir. Ydych chi'n credu y dylech chi fel Llywodraeth bod yn rhoi fwy o glirder a fwy o flaenoriaeth i'r pwynt sylfaenol yma? Nid yn unig clodfori a gwasanaeth, ond hefyd deud rhywbeth ynglyn â'r sicrwydd tymor hir ariannol.
Ie, dyna beth yw'r problem yn dyfa. Mewn sefyllfa lle mae'r maint o arian yn cwmpo bob blwyddyn, mae fe'n anodd i roi unrhyw fath o ddewyd ynglyn yn y ffordd hwnna, achos y ffaith dyw ddim yn glir a faint o arian bydd ar gael i'r Llywodraeth. Lle ni'n gallu wneud hwnna, ni'n ceisio wneud hwnna, ond i fod yn onest, mae fe'n anodd i roi a ddewyd yn y ffordd hwnna i bopeth, o achos y ffaith ni'n gwybod bod y cyllideb yn cwmpo o flwyddyn i flwyddyn.
Cwestiwn 5, Bethan Sayed.
About workplace culture in Welsh Government.
Yes, the Permanent Secretary is responsible for the leadership and management of the Welsh Government Civil Service, and I support her in leading a culture that's confident, inclusive and focused on delivering for Wales.
First Minister, I think it's important to note your absence from the debate on the leak inquiry last week. Despite retreating from the legal challenge to block the debate, I would have thought that you would have respected the institution of this Assembly and would have been here to hear the arguments that AM has put forward. Now, we know that you've been cleared in the Hamilton report that was released late on a Tuesday evening following plenary, but I think the public need to know why no protection was offered or given to witnesses, unlike with the leak inquiry. Have you seen, for example, BBC reports that people were afraid to give evidence because they were worried about the repercussions? Your former colleague, and I think very much former now, Leighton Andrews, notes in his commentary on the matter that there was, and I quote, a toxic atmosphere on the 5th floor that Mr Sargent and certain other ministers were subject to persistent personal undermining. Now, I agree, and I see what has been said with regards to the Hamilton report, but do you not agree that cultural changes need to take place within government, and will you prepare to take on those changes before you leave office?
Well, the Hamilton report is clear. I don't intend to elaborate on what it says, other than to say that, of course, as far as staff are concerned, Welsh Government staff, that is a matter for the Permanent Secretary. And I can say, according to our latest staff survey, 80% of staff score the organisation positively on inclusion and fair treatment. That's 4% above the UK Civil Service benchmark. 88% of Welsh Government staff say they are treated with respect by those they work with, 3% above the UK Civil Service benchmark. Now, of course, that does show that there's more work to be done, and I know the Permanent Secretary is very much aware of that.
Paul Davies.
First Minister, it is important to nurture an appropriate culture and the right culture within Welsh Government, and to ensure that work is carried out in a timely manner and that people working within the government correspond in a timely fashion. Following on from the question that the member for Carmarthen West and South Pembrokeshire asked you last week, I can confirm that I'm also waiting for a response to my subject access request submitted to the government on the 15th of March regarding information asked about me by the Welsh Government to the Hywel Dda University Health Board. Given the importance of nurturing a culture of accountability and respect within the Welsh Government, it's crucial that matters like this are dealt with openly and professionally. Therefore, can you give me an indication when I will receive a response to my subject access request?
I entirely agree that we should be open and professional, and that's what we strive to do. It's not something I've been directly involved with, as he can appreciate, but I do hope that the position will be reached soon when the question can be answered, and answered it must be, I understand that.
Cwestiwn 6, Sian Gwenllian.
A wnaeth y Prif Weinidog ddatganiad am fwriad Llywodraeth Cymru I ehangu gwasanaeth bysia traws Cymru ymhellach.
Wel, ni'n dal I weithio'n agos gyda'r awdurdodau lleol I ymchwilio I gyfleoedd I wella'r gwasanaethau traws Cymru sy'n cael eu cynnig yn barod. Ni hefyd newyddus I gyflwyno lwybrau newydd lle mae manteision strategol amlwg I gynnig gwasanaethau bysiau a choeches pellter hir newydd.
Yn dilyn cytundeb cyllideb, mi sicrhaodd Plaid Cymru 400,000 o bunna mwyn uwchraddio rhwydwaith traws Cymru o fws I Goech. Ac yn dilyn hynny, mi ddechreuodd y gwasanaeth newydd o Aberystwyth I Gaerdydd wsos dwytha gan sicrhau siwrna mwy pleserus a chyflymach. A mae hyn, wrth gwrs, yn gam pwysig ymlaen yn y broses o greu gwasanaethau trafnidiaeth gyhoeddus ffit ar gyfer yr 20fed ganrif ar 20 yn ein cymunedau gwledig ni. Felly, a wnaeth y Llywodraeth ymrwymo I edrych I mewn I ehangu'r gwasanaeth yma. A chynnig gwasanaethau coech fydda ar gael I bobl yn fy etholaeth I. Fydda yn dymuno teithio ar fws gyfforddus i'r brif ddinas ac I rannau eraill o Gymru.
Wel, doi beth, yn gynta, yn un o'r cwestiwn, a ydyn ni'n cynllunio I ehangu'r gwasanaeth. Mae hynny yn iawn. Ni yn gweithio gyda awdurdodau lleol yn y bryd mwyn edrych ar lwybrau newydd, sef Bangor, i'r Waun a Chroes Oswallt, a hefyd enghraifft o'r Wrecsam i'r Drenewydd. Wrth gwrs, beth mae'n rhaid I ystyried yw am ha ffordd ydy'r gwasanaeth yn gallu cael I ddefnyddio ag I redeg. Mi'n fach iawn I weld coech yn mynd ar y gwasanaeth rhwng Caerdydd ag Aberystwyth fel rhywun sydd yn hen gyfarwydd ar traws Camria blynydde mawr yn ôl, a coech oedd hwnna, ond coech heb tu bach o sgofio. Yn dod yn stopo yn Abertawe am peth amser mwyn I bobl fod yn gyffwrddus. So felly, beth ni'n ystyried wneud yw ym mha ffordd allan ni I ehangu'r gwasanaeth, a wedyn ym mha ffordd allan ni pen draw, wrth gwrs, I sicrhau bod y cerbydus yn redeg y gwasanaeth yn cael I wella dros y blynyddoedd nesaf.
Russell George.
Joe Flyth. Has the Welsh Government conducted a cost-benefit analysis of the Trans-Cymru service? And can I ask, how do passenger numbers compare with other subsidised services? And can I ask what assessment you can make of the pilot on free weekend travel on the Trans-Cymru network?
Yeah. There is an evaluation that is taking place. What we do know, however, is the passenger numbers are growing. The introduction of free travel has been hugely important in terms of doing that. I have to say the member gives the impression, the way he asked the question, that he is not in favour of the Trans-Cymru network. Well, any network, when it first begins, will take some time to bed in. We've never had a proper national bus network. Even in the days of the Trans-Cymru, it was Cardiff to Aberystwyth, then on to Bangor existed after an hour's wait in Aberystwyth. Those who then went on to Bangor, but everything else was pretty short-term and unsustainable. We intend to put in place a long-term, sustainable network. We know there are communities now that are having a bus service for the first time in over 40 years, and that's something I'm sure that they will welcome. So I'm happy with the way that the Trans-Cymru network is performing, and of course the passenger numbers in terms of the growth that we've seen.
Question 7, Mike Hedges.
Diolch Llywydd. Will the First Minister make a statement on the number of people in Wales with type 2 diabetes?
Well, the National Diabetes Audit, which is part of the clinical audit programme for the NHS in Wales, indicates there were approximately 178,000 people registered with type 2 diabetes in Wales in the 2016 to 17 year.
Can I thank the First Minister for that response? Genes do play a part in type 2 diabetes, but lifestyle choice is also very important. You can, for example, have a genetic mutation that may make you susceptible to type 2, but if you take good care of your body, you may not develop diabetes. Will the Welsh Government consider introducing a national prevention week for type 2 diabetes?
Well, let me just give the member a flavour of what we're doing. Of course, we recognise the importance of prevention. We're aware of the NHS England programme. We don't think, this is right for Wales, because we know that obesity is a risk factor for a number of diseases. Therefore, a disease-specific approach is not warranted. We know also the evidence base for the effectiveness of a diabetes prevention programme is disputed. So we do need to do something, clearly. So a broader and multifaceted approach is required. We know that. So how will that be done? Well, the forthcoming obesity strategy will aim to put a strong focus upon prevention, and that will include exploring how we can scale messages across the population. I think a better way is to say how we can tell people, actually, rather than putting it that way, by working with a range of partners, including with health boards, through delivery of obesity pathways.
Susie Davis.
Diolch Llywydd. First Minister, at the recent cross-party group on diabetes, we heard that just about 100 new diabetes nurses are being introduced in England. We don't have any here, even though, of course, insulin pumps are given by the NHS to people with diabetes if they need them urgently. But without the specialist nurses, there's no guarantee that they're being used correctly. Bearing in mind that we get more money per head in Wales than in England, I wonder what consideration has been given to introducing diabetes nurses here. Obviously, we don't have to do exactly the same as England, but I would like to get some reassurance from you that they've been considered.
Well, Diabetes Cymru, of course, are members of the Chief Medical Officer's Obesity Strategy Group, so they are able, of course, to inform government of what they think is the best way of dealing with diabetes. I can say that we do continue to invest record amounts in diabetes care. It was 76 million in 2009 to 10. To more than 111 million in 2016 to 17. Actually, it's been estimated that about 10% of NHS expenditure goes on treating diabetes. And of course, the way forward is outlined in our diabetes delivery plan. That was updated and republished in December of last year, and that'll take us through to 2020.
Rhina Piorwell.
Diolch, Llywydd. O'n i'n falch iawn bod Llywodraeth Cymru wedi cytuno i gefnogi gwelliant Plaid Cymru i'r bil iechyd y cyhoedd yn ddiweddar, sy'n golygu bod strategaeth i daclo gordewdra yn cael ei datblygu ar hyn o bryd. Rwan, ni'n gwybod bod gordewdra yn gallu arwain at diabetes math 2, a bod diabetes yn signo gymaint o gyllid y gwasanaeth iechyd, gymaint a 10% o'r holl arian sy'n cael ei wario ar y gwasanaeth iechyd. Ydych chi fel Prif Weinidog yn cytuno bod buddsoddi symiau sylweddol o arian mewn atal gordewdra mwyn atal llawer o achosion o diabetes math 2. Hynny ydy llawer iawn mwy na sy'n cael ei fuddsoddi ar hyn o bryd yn gwbl angenrheidiol mwyn arbed arian i'r gwasanaeth iechyd yn yr hir dymor.
Wel, wedi sôn wrth gwrs am y ffaith bod 10% fel wedodd o wariant yn mynd ar diabetes. Ni'n gwybod wrth gwrs bod gordewdra, a dwi ddim yn un sy'n siarad gyda unrhyw fath o brofiad ynglyn â hwn, wrth gwrs, yn rhywbeth sydd yn effeithio clefyd y siwgr. Dyna pam, wrth gwrs, ni'n datblygu strategaeth gordewdra cenedlaethol, ac wrth gwrs mae'r gwasanaeth iechyd yng Nghymru gyda sawl llwybr mewn lle yn barod, sef wrth gwrs llwybr gordewdra mwyn cefnogi bobl, mwyn i leihau y risg sydd gyda nhw o bethau fel diabetes.
Cwestiwn 8, Andrew Arty Davies.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Will the First Minister make a statement on Welsh Government policy in respect of rural schools in South Wales Central?
Well, we recently consulted on strengthening the school organisation code in respect of a presumption against the closure of rural schools. We'll publish our response in the summer. We've also introduced a new small and rural schools grant to encourage innovation and support greater school-to-school working.
Thank you for that answer, First Minister. The formula that underpins funding of schools, in particular rural schools, is based on the sparsity element of the census of 1991. On the special educational formula was last reviewed in 2006, and the primary and secondary school formula was last updated in 2003, First Minister. By any stretch of the imagination, those are dates that are long past. Do you think it is a sensible course of action for the government to undertake a review of this funding formula to bring it more up to date with current figures and current aspirations for the Welsh Government?
That is something that needs to be explored, of course, with local education authorities, and something that will affect the revenue support grant. Experience tells that when a formula is changed, there are winners and losers. There's not a reason why it shouldn't change, of course, necessarily. But it is a matter for local authorities collectively to decide on a common approach to in order to inform government.
Jane Hutt.
First Minister, I'm concerned about the proposal by the Vale of Glamorgan Council to reconfigure primary school provision in the Western Vale, which would result in the closure of Llancarvan Primary School. The school was deemed good in its last Estin inspection and falls within the yellow category. According to the Estin report, the buildings and site provide a stimulating and varied learning environment, and pupils make good use of its wildlife and wooded areas. So, First Minister, with respect to this consultation procedure in the school organisation code relating to small and rural schools, I do believe that the impact of these proposals on the local rural community of Llancarvan haven't been taken into account. Neither have the views of prospective parents who've contacted me and are devastated by these proposals. Can you assure me that the Welsh Government School Organisation Code will be respected in terms of importance of this school?
Well, of course, local authorities, as the member will know, are responsible for the planning of school places, but in bringing forward proposals for substantial changes to schools, local authorities and other proposers must comply with the School Organisation Code and must take into account a range of factors, the prime consideration being the interests of learners. The Code does set a high standard for consultation, providing all those with an interest with an opportunity to make their views known and have those views taken into account.
Question now, David Melding.
Will the First Minister make a statement on the importance of Welsh cities to the development of the economy?
Well, our Prosperity for All strategy and the Economic Action Plan does set out our actions for all parts of Wales to contribute to and benefit from economic growth. That obviously includes enabling our cities and large towns to be engines of growth that benefit their wider region.
First Minister, I agree with what you've hinted at there, that our cities are a great resource with regional and national responsibilities. But as you will know, under the Planning Act, no regional planning schemes have yet come forward on a voluntary basis. I'm glad that you're going to consult on this and whether we need to take firmer action. I wonder if you could give an indication of the government's thinking.
Well, our thinking is that local authorities need to collaborate more in order to produce regional development plans. If that doesn't happen, then we will have to consider what steps, of course, to take next. But we'd encourage local authorities to do so. I mean, the reality is, of course, that political boundaries are completely ineffective when it comes to the way in which the economy works. The reality is that the economies of many local authorities are intertwined inextricably with Cardiff. I mean, I live 20 miles away from Cardiff, but I know that many people commute to Cardiff every day to work, and it acts, even though Bridgend has its own economy and its own employers, Cardiff still is an important source of work. And I do think we do our public a disservice if local authorities simply see planning and the availability of housing purely as something that exists within their own boundaries. So it is important that local authorities work together. If they don't do that, then clearly we'll have to take steps to make the planning system more effective.
Canola cwestiwn 10, Julie Morgan.
How does the Welsh Government ensure that all children in Wales have an equal chance in life?
Well, our aim in Prosperity for All is to support children and young people to make the most of their potential, and that means providing them with the best start in life and the support they need and the opportunities they need to grow and achieve to the best of their ability and, of course, in terms of the skills that they have.
I thank the First Minister for that response. Does the First Minister agree that all children deserve to be able to participate equally in after-school activities, and that these often come at a cost, particularly to poorer families, when you need specialist equipment and specialist kit for sporting activities, for example? What can the government do to give those children an equal chance in life?
Well, it's hugely important that we are as flexible as possible in providing support to those who need it the most. And the Education Secretary is in the process of looking to introduce an improved grant that suits families' needs better than the current school uniform grant, something which supports better access to curriculum activities and learning opportunities that might otherwise be denied to learners due to cost. So it's a question of expanding and being more flexible in terms of what has previously been in place to make sure the children don't lose out.
Diolch i'r Prif Weinidog. Yr eitem nesaf felly yw'r datganiad a chyhoeddiad busnes. Dwi'n galw'r arweinydd y tŷ I wneud I datganiad, Julie James.
Diolch Llywedd. There are no changes to this week's business. Business for the next 3 weeks is shown on the business statement and announcement found among the meeting papers which are available to members electronically.
Paul Davies.
Diolch Llywedd. Leader of the House, I'd be grateful if you could ask the Cabinet Secretary for Health and Social Services to bring forward an urgent statement regarding Hywel Dda Health Board's plans to reconfigure health services in West Wales. As you will be aware, last week Hywel Dda Health Board launched its new service change plans, and in all 3 of the options published, Withybush Hospital will be downgraded from a general hospital to a community hospital. Needless to say, the people that I represent in Pembrokeshire are furious, as this consultation makes it crystal clear that they have no choice but to face the downgrading of their local hospital, as there is no other option. Indeed, people are so upset that in the last 24 hours, over 8,500 people have already signed a petition led by my constituent Miles Bamford-Lewis to reverse the decision to downgrade Withybush Hospital. Of course, the Health Board's decision means that yet again, even more patients in Pembrokeshire will have to travel further for important health services. And just as the Health Board's consultation recognises, this will have an impact on communities across Pembrokeshire. These options are totally unacceptable to the people that I represent. Therefore, it's important that the Cabinet Secretary for Health and Social Services brings forward a statement on the impact that this lack of choice and alternative will have on the people of Pembrokeshire, and at the same time he can confirm once and for all, for the record, that the Welsh Government will make funding available for each of these proposals. If the affordability of any or all of the proposals have not been signed off by the Welsh Government, then what is the purpose of consulting on any changes in the first place? Leader of the House, I believe that these catastrophic proposals by Hywel Dda University Health Board make it quite clear that it's time for the Welsh Government to intervene and to make sure that the Health Board brings forward much more sensible plans by being fair to the people of Pembrokeshire. Therefore, can you please impress upon the Cabinet Secretary for Health and Social Services to bring forward a statement outlining the Welsh Government's position on the delivery of health services in West Wales?
Well, the Cabinet Secretary has heard your obviously heartfelt sentiments on the subject. It is a consultation, and we do need to wait until the outcome of the consultation so that we get all views before responding.
Simon Thomas.
Diolch, Llywydd. Could I ask for two items, really? First of all, can I ask for a statement on the major announcement by the Labour leader at the conference over the weekend? I'm talking about Jeremy Corbyn's announcement that we'll have St David's Day as a bank holiday, of course. That was wonderful news. It was very sweet of him to mention Northern Ireland. I think they've already got St Patrick's Day as a bank holiday in Northern Ireland, actually, so I don't think we need a consultation on that. But here again, we have an example of the UK Labour Party promising something that the Welsh Government can do now. So the Welsh Government can say now, next year, 2019, the first ever bank holiday for public services in Wales. It can do it now. So we don't need, with the greatest respect to the Labour Party conference, you don't need a London leader coming to tell you something you can do within your own purview. So can we have a statement from the Welsh Government saying how next St David's Day will be a bank holiday in Wales and how you intend to deliver that, rather than empty promises given for headlines in conferences? And no less seriously, can we also have a statement, or rather from the business manager, an explanation of the next steps for how we are now going to deal with the EU withdrawal bill? I understand that Mike Russell, the Scottish Minister, is about to make a statement in the Scottish Parliament this afternoon around negotiations around these very important amendments to Clause 11 of the bill. Yesterday, Mark Drakeford in committee, I think, said that we still hadn't reached agreement, but government was hopeful to still reach agreement. We don't have a JMC timetable now. That seems to have been postponed. We really are reaching the end of the end game. Next week, the bill finishes in the House of Lords. Even at the present timetable, any amendments to Clause 11 will be debated right at the very end in the House of Lords. So how do you intend, as business manager, to ensure that the Assembly has timely and advance notice of such amendments, that we are able to debate the implications of such amendments? I put it to you gently that what might be very suitable for Welsh Government may not be suitable for Welsh Parliament. Government might be happy with one arrangement, Parliament may not. And do you have contingency plans, if necessary, to approach the presiding officer to recall this Assembly on a day that we don't usually sit, in order to allow us to pass final judgment on any amendments that may be agreed between the Welsh Government and Westminster?
Yes, well, on the first point, I'd very much like to see a Labour government in the UK, and of course what we'd then have is a reversal of the choice austerity policies and a renewal of the proper funding arrangements for Wales, which would of course allow us to put a public holiday in the current circumstances of the billions of pounds taken out of the Welsh government's budget on any real comparison of budgets. That's simply not possible, would it were. On the EU withdrawal bill, there is a JMC-EN scheduled for next Wednesday. If anything happens in the meantime that's of any significance, we will of course approach the Llywydd to put a statement in or other suitable means of updating the Assembly, but my understanding is that the current arrangements are that the JMC-EN is scheduled for next Wednesday.
Mike Hedges.
Okay. Can I ask for a Welsh Government statement regarding ensuring fairness of price comparison between the Swansea Bay Tidal Lagoon and Hinkley Point, as the decommissioning costs and storage costs for Hinkley Point development have been capped, so that we're not comparing like with like, and if the building cap cost of the Swansea Tidal Lagoon was capped at a level well below what it was likely to cost, then it would make it a lot cheaper to generate electricity there.
Yes, indeed. Mike Hedges makes an extremely important point. The UK Government has chosen to protect taxpayers from exposure to all of the costs of waste and decommissioning liabilities of new nuclear power plants through the Energy Act 2008. Our understanding is that the total decommissioning cost within the funded decommissioning plan, including the contingency, is estimated to be around £8.5 billion. But given the cost of index-linked, actual cost by the end of the station's 6-year operational life could be as high as £116 billion once inflation is taken into account. And clearly that's not a level playing field. Discussions are ongoing between BEIS, the developers and the Welsh Government about the technical issues and actual costs associated with the Swansea Bay Tidal Lagoon, including on financing the project, to include other equivalent costs.
David Melding.
Leader of the House, I think you've had some indication of what I'm going to raise. You will know that a written statement was issued by the Housing Minister on affordable housing and the assessment of future need and therefore targets for supply. And I do believe that something of such enormous significance should have been made to this chamber as an oral statement. It opens the possibility of a huge policy shift, which I would welcome. But as was clearly indicated in the press coverage, which resulted from an extensive Welsh Government campaign to get its message out, I don't criticise you for that, but clearly the Welsh Government realised how significant yesterday's move was, and frankly, you are not treating this chamber with the respect it deserves by issuing it as a written statement. It could be weeks before this is now fully scrutinised, and the actual forming of the review and the group that will do the review and those that will be on that group, the leader or the chair of that group has already been chosen by the Minister. None of this will receive early scrutiny here, despite the fact it's now gone out to all and sundry via the Western Mail and the BBC. I do hope there won't be a repeat of this sort of shabby treatment. If you have a huge press campaign on any announcement, sure as eggs is eggs, you should be making a statement here in the chamber.
Well, I'm sorry to hear the member feels that way. The Minister's here listening to his point of view. Our point of view is very different to that. We think this is the start of a long process. There will be lots of opportunities to scrutinise the policy as it goes through, including regulation and legislation. So I'm sorry he feels like that. No disrespect is intended to this chamber. The Minister is here listening to his point of view. Our point of view is very different.
Dai Lloyd.
Diolch, Llywydd. Leader of the House, you'll be aware that the issue of delayed transfers of care is one which has been a constant challenge for this government. Figures released last week dealing with the month of March show that 391 patients were suffering delayed transfers of care, with delays arranging social care a significant part of that figure. Now, as I recall, a decade ago, we were dealing with figures of very similar proportions, 400 on average. So the figures haven't changed as regards to delayed transfers of care in a decade. And to put that in context, on each and every day of the week, we have around the equivalent of 2 hospitals the size of the Princess of Wales Hospital in Bridgend, full with patients who are medically fit for discharge, but are simply unable to move from their hospital bed onto the next stage of their recovery. So in terms of capacity, that's 12,000 bed days per month lost from the system. So will the government therefore be prepared to bring forward a debate outlining what it intends to do to tackle this huge systematic bottleneck?
Yes, actually, the delayed transfers of care are lower this year than they have been in the past. And, of course, because of this government's policy to jointly fund social care and the NHS, we have a great deal less problem with this than we see elsewhere. But all Western governments have this problem. It's not a unique problem to the Welsh Government. The Welsh Government has worked extremely well across the NHS and social services to ensure that this year we have the lowest ever problem, and all hospitals continue to work very hard in order to minimise this problem wherever possible.
Hi, Jessica.
Thank you very much, Madam Presiding Officer. Leader of the House, yesterday the Cabinet Secretary for Local Government and Public Services issued a written statement on support for the armed forces in Wales. The statement concludes by saying that the Cabinet Secretary recognises the needs to continue to invest in and to strengthen the support provided for our armed forces veterans. However, he does not believe that the appointment of an Armed Forces Commissioner for Wales would add any further benefit or value. Leader of the House, I believe this issue is too important to be dealt with in a written statement at this stage. I would therefore ask you to schedule a debate in Welsh Government time, or at the very least an oral statement on how we can best deliver services to our veterans, to whom we owe a huge debt of gratitude.
Well, I agree entirely with the member that we owe an enormous debt of gratitude to our veterans. The Cabinet Secretary of Public Services did set out his views on the matter very plainly, and of course the member will have opportunities to question him during his own question time on any further action necessary. But I would like to underline what he said, which is of course that we all acknowledge that we owe an enormous debt of gratitude to our veterans who ought to be getting the very best of services as a result of their service.
Bethany Sayers.
Thank you. I appreciate it's not always possible to provide statements to this Assembly, but I think with regards to the termination of Communities First, that did warrant a statement here, and it was shuffled out last week again after we retired from these debating chambers to our region or to our committees. Now, considering that this was a flagship programme of the Labour government in relation to alleviating poverty, the fact that it didn't come with any explanation as to what happens next, any analysis of what's happened with Communities First in the past, or any recognition of the fact that 50,000 more children are now facing living in poverty in Wales is something that I find quite startling from a Labour government here in Wales. So I would appreciate a statement here in this chamber so that we can understand as Assembly members what is happening next. If it's been putting in the revenue grant for local authorities, how do we go about monitoring that, and how do we go about ensuring that those people that need the support the most are going to get it? And my second request is for a statement from the same Minister with regards to the offenders framework that he announced again last week. I think we need to understand, if the Welsh Government is putting any new prison on hold, what that means in terms of the wider criminal justice policies that he and the Government are developing in this regard. So I would like to see that we can debate that also, so that we as Assembly members from across the chamber have input into how that criminal justice system for Wales would look.
Yes, on that first one, the Cabinet Secretary of Public Services is in the process, I know, of a complex discussion with the UK Government about the Department of Justice policy in Wales and the interaction of various parts of that. And I'm sure once those discussions are at a point where he can update the Chamber, he will be very pleased to do so. I don't think he's quite at that point yet. And in terms of the closure of the Communities First programme, this has been a transition year. Assembly members are very well aware that it was a transition year. The statement is to thank those who have played a role in the orderly closure of the Communities First programme and the preservation of its best work, which we've all been extremely anxious to see happen. This is part of a policy renewal programme for action against poverty in the light of the austerity programme from the UK Government, and it's been in place for a long time, and actually a very large amount of the programmes are continuing in other guises such as the employability plan and so on. But it's no surprise to members that the Communities First programme has been in its transition year and that this is the closure.
Susie Davis. Diolch, Dr Lywyd. I wonder if I could request actually a written statement, probably better for this one, either from the local government secretary or indeed from yourself, to clarify the position about who is responsible for the monitoring and resolving any problems with the gender pay gap within our local authorities. Back a few weeks ago, in a written reply to an oral question that we didn't get to here in the chamber, I was told that the Equality and Human Rights Commission guides, monitors and regulates local authorities in relation to their duty and then takes any action with employers to help address the gap. When I wrote to the Equality and Human Rights Commission, they confirmed that for the financial year 2017-18 and for the previous 3 years, they held no information at all about the gender pay gap in any of the councils in Wales, and indeed had taken no action to remedy anything. So I wonder if you could just clarify exactly who is responsible for not just providing the data but analysing it, because it strikes me that someone somewhere is not doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Yes, well, that's very timely, actually, as it happens, because we have announced the rapid review of gender-facing policy, and I put the terms of reference for that in the Members' Library last week. And so we will be bringing forward we're hoping to bring forward the first crop of results from that, including differing arrangements where necessary for monitoring and evaluating and taking things forward, such as the gender pay gap across all public sector organisations, including this one. So I will take on board what Susie Davis has just said and have a conversation with my Cabinet colleague about the best reporting arrangements for that as part of the rapid review, as I think actually the evaluation model is almost as important as the policy that we put in place to take it forward. So I will take that on board, and as part of the report back on the rapid review, I will make sure that that's covered off.
Sian Gwenllian.
A gawn ni ddatganiad yn gylch yr cynllun ffordd osgoi Caernarfon Bont Newydd. Roedd y ffordd yma I fod I agor yr haf yma, ac yn lle hynny dydy'r gwaith adeiladu ddim hyd yn oed wedi cychwyn Mae hynny 2 flynadd yn hwyr. Ac wrth gwrs, mae etholwyr yn fardal i yn mynd yn fwy a mwy rhwystredig. A mae rhai hyd yn oed yn dechrau ama a fydd y ffordd mae'n gweld gola dydd o gwbl. Felly, i dawelu pryderon, a gewn ni ddatganiad, os gwelwch yn dda, unai yn cyhoeddi'r amserlen, neu yn egluro natur yr oedi hollol anerbyniol sydd yn digwydd.
Yes, the Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Transport is considering the findings and recommendations of the Inspector's report following the public local inquiry before making a decision on this. We acknowledge that there has been a delay, but there are a large volume of correspondence as part of the statutory process, and it has taken much longer than expected to consider it. However, we want to make sure that we do take the time needed to ensure all the evidence is fully evaluated. We totally understand the importance of the infrastructure investment in North Wales, and I'm sure that once the Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Transport has had the opportunity to consider all the recommendations in detail, he will be bringing forward a statement on the scheme.
Derriman. Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Can I call for 3 statements, please? The first on road safety in Conway and Denbighshire. The Leader of the House will be aware that there has been an announcement of a task and finish group for an extremely dangerous stretch of road known as the Evo Triangle, which crosses the border between Conway and Denbighshire in my constituency. 20-mile stretch, which is promoted by online forums and magazines as a place where people should be speeding and enjoying the thrill of the ride. But unfortunately, this has led to some serious accidents and a number of deaths on that particular stretch. Now, before Christmas, the Welsh Government announced that a task and finish group had been set up, and that task and finish group made a recommendation for average speed cameras along the route. I was very disappointed just last week to be informed by Conway County Borough Council that following the encouragement to promote an average speed camera bid, that the Welsh Government had turned down the funding application to install average speed cameras along that route. So I'm afraid my constituents have had their hopes of a safer road traffic situation in that part of the constituency completely dashed, and I think they're owed an explanation from the Minister in this chamber so that we can find out precisely why the Welsh Government has denied the funding to make their promise of average speed camera route along there possible. So I think we need an update on that, please. Can I also call for an appropriate statement on targeted regeneration investment programme? I understand there's a draft document out at the moment for the period 2018 to 2021, and it does refer to one place in my constituency, the area of Pensarn near Abergele, but unfortunately it seems to have missed out completely a quite an impoverished community in a place called Sandy Cove, along that stretch of the coast between Rhyl and Abergele, and I was wondering whether there might be an opportunity, given that it's a draft document, to petition the government to review the situation so that Sandy Cove can be included, particularly given the serious situation with unadopted roads. And finally, given your responsibility for faith communities, Leader of the House, will you join me in congratulating the Baptist Union of Wales on its 150th anniversary? Many Assembly members were present at the celebrations which were held across in the Pierhead this afternoon, and I do feel that that should be recognised here in the Chamber this afternoon by you in your capacity as Minister for Faith Communities. The Baptist Union of Wales has had a tremendous impact, not just on the people of Wales, but also around the world through its missionary activities, and I think we owe it to them to recognise that tremendous contribution which they've made.
Yes, I'm absolutely delighted to acknowledge that contribution, not least to my own life. Many of the hymns that I know and love are as a result of attending Baptist Chapel with my grandmother and singing my heart out 3 times a day on a Sunday when we were privileged to be spending the day with her. So I have very fond memories of that. And indeed, I'm very happy to acknowledge the contribution of the Baptist Union of Wales and indeed of all of our faith communities to the rich cultural and faith heritage that we are very proud of, rightly so, here in Wales. I'm delighted to be able to do so. Thank you for the opportunity. In terms of the other two, the member has set out a number of very specific issues which I think would be best dealt with by way of letter between him and the Cabinet Secretary. I'm not aware of the details, so I'm not in a position to say one way or the other, but if that's not satisfactory, then I'm sure that we can do something by way of information for the whole Senedd.
Lle Griffith. Diolch, Deputy Llywydd. Gai ofyn...
Gai ofyn am ddatganiad gan yr ysgrifennydd iechyd ynglyn â'r newyddion sydd wedi dod i'r amlwg heddiw bod pres yr elusen awyr las yn talu am strategaeth ymgysylltu a staff bwrdd iechyd Betsy Cadwaladr. Dwi'n gwybod bydd etholwyr yn y gogledd wedi ei synnu ac yn wir wedi siomi fod arian sy'n cael ei godi gan wirfoddolwyr a gan grwpiau elusennol yn cael ei wario ar waith fydde rhywun yn disgwyl sydd yn waith creiddiol i'r bwrdd iechyd. Dwi wedi edrych ar y strategaeth ymgysylltu yma ac mae'n sôn am bethau fel helpu greu gweledigaeth a chyfeiriad, sicrhau adborth i staff. Wel, mi fydde unrhyw gorff cyhoeddus fyddech chi'n disgwyl yn cyflawni hynny yn ei gwaith o ddydd i ddydd. Ond mae hefyd, wrth gwrs, yn sôn am bethau fel cysylltu uwchreolwyr ac arweinwyr y bwrdd a staff yr heng flaen. A dyna ni wedyn yn sylweddoli, wrth gwrs, bod y pres yma i bob pwrpas yn cael ei ddefnyddio fel rhan o'r ymdrech i gael y bwrdd allan o fesurau arbennig. Mae lefel y gwariant hefyd yn mynd i beri syndod i nifer. Wy'n i gyd, wrth gwrs, yn gefnogol i'r 5,000 sydd wedi cael ei godi tuag at offer monitro'r galon, yr 20,000 ar gyfer offer ffisiotherapi a 75,000 o bunnau ar gyfer prynu wigiau i gleifion canser. Ond da ni'n sôn fan hyn am 450 o filoedd o bunnau. Da ni hefyd yn nodi, wrth gwrs, bod aelodau bwrdd iechyd Betsy Cadwaladr yn ymddiriedolwyr ar awyr las. Felly dwi yn teimlo bod angen datganiad gan y gweinidog iechyd mewn ymateb i hyn ac a ydi Llywodraeth Cymru yn teimlo bod hi'n iawn bod y bwrdd yn dibynnu ar bres elusennol i bob pwrpas i gael ei hunain allan o fesurau arbennig.
I also heard the reports of this on the news. I know the Cabinet Secretary is aware. The board were at great pains to say that they were of the view that they had not done anything that was untoward. I know the Cabinet Secretary is looking into it, and if there is anything that requires looking into, I know he will and update members accordingly.
Finally, Nick Ramsey.
Diolch, Deputy Llywydd. Can I concur with the comments made earlier by Darren Miller regarding the 150th anniversary of the Baptist Union? I also attended that event, as did many other Assembly members. It was very successful and we send them our best. At the same time, I had my own event upstairs in the Oriel for Love Zimbabwe. And, Leader of the House, we are now some 5 months on from the resignation of Robert Mugabe in Zimbabwe. That country is still in the process, the very early days of putting itself back together with support from as many people as possible from across the rest of the world. The Love Zimbabwe group, centred with a base in my constituency, are currently in the process of raising funds and books to supply a library in Zimbabwe and to try and get that country moving in the direction which it should have been over many years but has been stifled. Can you tell us how the Welsh Government is planning to support the people of Zimbabwe as they try to put their lives back together, try to put their country back together and make sure that they know that the hand of friendship is well and truly extended from the people of Wales and from this Welsh Assembly?
Yes, indeed. I'm sorry I didn't get to the event because I would very much have liked to have been there. Of course, we're immensely proud of our links with Africa and the Wales for Africa programme. I'm not actually aware of any specifics around Zimbabwe, but I'm more than happy to look into that for the member. I think it's something that our efforts on behalf of Africa through the Wales for Africa programme always bring benefits not only to the people that we're assisting in Africa to do things such as build schools, get computer equipment, have libraries and so on, but actually hugely enrich the cultural life of Wales in the exchanges that take place. I'm very well aware of many such programmes in my own constituency. I'm afraid I don't know the specifics for Zimbabwe, but I'm more than happy to look into it and write to the member accordingly.
Sorry, and finally, because you all do it, so I'll do it as well from the chair, and finally, Julie Morgan.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I know the Leader of the House will be aware of the statue to Millicent Fawcett that is being unveiled in Parliament Square today. The one woman statue now, along with 11 male statues. So I wondered if we could have a statement about the plans to have statues of 2 women here in Wales. The First Minister announced that in his very welcome speech to Oxford in Oxford University. So I wondered if the Leader of the House could give us some more details of this very welcome move.
Yes, I think it's a matter of some of shame, actually, that there isn't a statue of a historical named Welsh woman in Wales. When these things are pointed out to you, it becomes clashingly obvious, but it's obviously completely unacceptable. I am planning to bring forward a statement on a number of issues, including statues, plaques and so on, during this term before the summer recess, and will certainly be very pleased to include plans for statues and a number of other commemorative permanent installations to make sure that the contribution of Welsh women to Welsh cultural history and current cultural, political, scientific and other endeavours take the place they rightly should in our history.
Thank you, Leader of the House. Yr item nesaf yw datganiad gan weinidiog yr amgylchedd ansawdd air yn galwaf ar y weinidog Hannah Blythen.
Diolch. I am committed to action to reduce air pollution in Wales to support a healthier future for our communities, our natural environment and our country. This issue is rightly high on the agenda for Assembly members, and I welcome the cross-party consensus on the need to drive this agenda forward. When I first came into post, I made clear that delivering clean air in Wales was one of my key priorities, and since then, work to address air quality problems in Wales has gathered significant cross-government support and momentum. I am committed to building and sustaining this approach. Our National Planning Policy document, Planning Policy Wales, has been rewritten and restructured around the principles of the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act. The revised document now contains a dedicated section on air quality and soundscape, and this consultation on Planning Policy Wales closes on the 18th of May. I will establish the Clean Air Wales programme to consider evidence and develop and implement actions required across Welsh departments and sectors to ensure clean air for Wales. Its immediate aim will be to achieve compliance with existing legislative air quality obligations, but its wider purpose is to reduce the burden of poor air quality on human health and the environment. This can be achieved through planning, infrastructure, regulation and communication measures. For the programme identifies gaps in the necessary levers to make the required air quality improvements, I will seek to develop new legislation to address this. A core component of this programme will be the Clean Air Plan for Wales, which I will publish for consultation by the end of this year. It will set out how we will achieve improvements in air quality and support our wellbeing goals. It will identify cross-government and sectoral actions required to achieve clean air in Wales and highlight communication, engagement and education measures to encourage behavioural change. It will also include actions for strengthening the regulations of emissions from different sectors of industry. Areas such as Port Talbot present particular challenges in relation to the contribution to poor air quality made by industrial pollution. I've instructed an update of our short-term action plan for Port Talbot to ensure we maintain the most effective way of reducing pollution in the region. Another important aspect of the programme is the development and establishment of the Air Quality Monitoring and Assessment Centre for Wales in 2019. I informed the Assembly previously that this centre is being established to ensure decisions on tackling airborne pollution are evidence-based and associated actions are prioritised to maximise benefits in terms of public health and wellbeing. Our draft Clean Air Zone framework for Wales consultation will be launched tomorrow. A clean air zone is a defined geographical area where a range of actions can be applied with the purpose of significantly reducing public and environmental exposure to airborne pollutants. The framework sets out our principles for the consistent operation of clean air zones in Wales, how they should be established and what they should deliver to improve the health of our communities. We do not currently have any clean air zones in Wales, although local authorities could introduce them to address illegal exceedances of harmful emissions. Where evidence suggests that they could bring out marked health benefits by securing effective reductions in airborne pollution, I would welcome the use of them. A key component of clean air zones will be a mechanism for managing traffic access to promote reductions in overall traffic levels and limit harm caused to health and the environment by remaining vehicles. This will not be popular. However, we must generate behaviour change by encouraging less harmful modes of travel. The proposed model for Wales requires certain vehicles using the roads to meet the latest Euro emission standards in order to be able to travel within the boundaries of the clean air zone. This could be introduced through the introduction of access restrictions for the most polluting vehicles, such as bans or charges. I recognise concerns that access restrictions could hit those least able to upgrade or replace their vehicles the hardest, and may find it more difficult to meet any access charges that could be applied. The framework is clear that an economic impact assessment should be undertaken to evaluate potential impacts that may result from any restrictions that will apply within a clean air zone and to determine potential mitigations to limit any negative consequences. Assessment should consider the full potential impact of a proposed clean air zone, and I expect costs and benefits to be carefully weighed. Any action taken to address air quality issues must be proportionate and in line with our wellbeing of future generations' requirements. Access restrictions for vehicles will also need to go hand in hand with access improvements for other less polluting modes of transport. The framework promotes a modal shift to public transport and active travel, greatly reducing emissions and road congestion, not just within the clean air zone, but in neighbouring roads also. Effective public engagement and support is central to the success of clean air zones. We will develop communication and engagement measures to raise awareness of the health problems associated with poor air quality to ensure the public is fully informed and understands the reasons for action. With this in mind, tomorrow I will launch the new improved Air Quality in Wales website, enabling bilingual access for all to air quality information in Wales. It will provide live information on current and forecasted levels of air pollution for their area, as well as access to historic data on air pollution. The new site provides new educational materials, games and tools for schools and improved health advice information. Tomorrow, we will also publish the consultation on the Welsh Government supplemental plan to the UK for tackling roadside nitrogen dioxide concentrations 2017. The plan sets out how the Welsh Government will reduce concentrations of NO2 around roads where levels are above legal limits in the shortest possible time. Welsh ministers have accepted that the Welsh section of the 2017 plan did not satisfy the requirements of the Ambient Air Quality Directive and associated Welsh regulations during a judicial review earlier this year. This consultation and accompanying plan are published to meet our legal obligations. However, this is not just about legal compliance. It's about taking action to improve the air quality for everyone in Wales for the health improvements that this will deliver and because it's the right thing to do. A final compliant plan will be published by the 31st of July 2018 in accordance with the court undertaking. EU directive limits for nitrogen dioxide are currently exceeded in Cardiff and Caerphilly and Hafod at Ynys, and 5 other locations on the motorway and trunk road network in Wales. Studies are underway to identify measures that are likely to achieve compliance in the shortest possible time. Motorway and trunk road network exceedances are the direct responsibility of the Welsh Government. In advance of completing detailed modelling in the summer, we are introducing modest measures such as temporary 50-mile-per-hour speed limits and road markings to smooth traffic flows. These will be implemented by the end of June over the stretch of road where nitrogen dioxide levels exceed directed limits at each of the following locations: A494 at Deeside, A483 near Wrexham, M4 junctions between junctions 41 and 42, M4 between junctions 25 and 26 during the night using the existing variable speed limit infrastructure, and the A470 between Upperboat and Pontypridd. We have established that this action has a possibility of achieving the largest immediate improvement to air quality. I would like to assure members that as a government we take this matter very seriously. I am committed to ensuring the delivery of actions identified in the plan to meet our statutory obligations in the soonest time possible. More importantly, this plan is about doing the right thing for our environment and for the health and well-being of our community and country. Finally, I can confirm today the allocation of over £20 million for an air quality fund through to 2021 to help accelerate compliance with nitrogen dioxide limits and improve air quality in Wales. This will be used to provide ongoing support, guidance and finance, enabling councils to deliver and implement plans and take action to achieve compliance in the soonest possible time. The action I have outlined today is the start of our journey to ensure clean air for Wales, supporting a healthy nation. But this is just the beginning. Our collective ambition must be to become a clean air leader in Wales.
Thank you very much. David Melding.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I am pleased that we seem to be moving in the right direction, though we have been slow off the mark. I mean, it's nearly 2 years ago, we were looking at the government's outline programme for this Assembly. And I can't remember if there was no reference to air quality or it was just cursory, but there certainly weren't, the sort of commitments that we've just heard that we need to be a leader in developing a clean air environment. So I do welcome that, but Scotland seemed to be a fair bit ahead of us as they have 4 clean air zones to be established this year. in fairness, there has been some confusion of the implementation of clean air zones and where the actual power lies, but now we have clarification to act. I think the Welsh Government needs to move very quickly, and in my view, we need clean air zones in Cardiff, Swansea and Newport and possibly other areas, and we need to really be aware of the advantages that these integrated policies to improve air quality can have. You may be aware that in Berlin, their clean air zone, which was launched in 2008 and expanded in 2010, led to emission reductions which were up to 50% lower than the predicted trend, and that does show what we can achieve. So, energy, if that's not an inappropriate imperative at the moment to urge on you, I think is appropriate to improve our air quality. Can I say, secondly, on the launch of the new Air Quality in Wales website, that is something that can involve the public and ensure that you get a wider participation. And one area Welsh Conservatives have been very concerned about is in the collection of data in the immediate vicinities of our schools and nurseries in Wales. And this is an area perhaps we could now look at. And if I jump to the Air Quality Monitoring Centre for Wales, it seems to me that this can be linked very much to the website, and also the centre could be a key educational source for schools to engage children in initiatives to improve air quality. A project along these lines has been going on in Oxford and has led to some really interesting and encouraging results, and we need that sort of imagination. On road congestion and restricting the most polluting vehicles, I think we need to progress in this area, but in our urban areas, obviously, we are to some extent restricted by our history, and we do not, largely speaking, have public transport systems and a culture of walking more extensively now, and that needs to be changed over time. And in this transition, we need to take people with us, because some people, at the moment, unfortunately, see no alternative to the car. So I think public transport systems are operating effectively, and appropriate traffic restrictions, clean air zones, all these need to be integrated into an approach that sees an improvement in public transport and other active travel networks, such as city centre streets as pedestrian-only areas. We can open up the historic centres of our cities to the people again, and not have them restricted, as they often are, by excessive motor transport. So, there's some real possibilities here that will make the environment much, much better. And then in terms of another consultation, I mean, there are lots of consultations, and I do hope they will progress speedily. Again, my phrasing is way out. But in terms of reducing nitrogen dioxide concentrations, the impact on ambient air quality here is enormous, and whilst we don't have a compliant plan at the moment, and you want to bring one in by the 31st of July, obviously it's when that plan gets implemented that's really going to have an impact on people. But I'm pleased to see that certain roads are targeted, like the A470 between Upperboat and Pontypridd in my region, which is the most heavily polluted road in Wales at the moment. But again, that feeds in, I think, to the points I made about the wider public transport infrastructure problem. So we've got a lot to do, but I do, insofar as it has been indicated today, welcome the modest progress, and I hope that now we see implementation soon.
Welcome the members' contribution, and also particularly you come up with a number of important suggestions, but which is why I think there's such a consensus that this is such an important issue, that I'd encourage all members to feed into the plans and the consultation to make sure that we do include, and you rightly say, the importance of taking people with us. So if we are, like you said, that's why the cross-government working, and across government, so local authorities working with Public Health Wales and the health boards, as well as with the Welsh Government and UK Government as well. Because, we want to encourage people to have this modal shift, but there's no point doing that unless we're journeying up to make sure there's somewhere for them to shift to. And I think you're absolutely right to link the role of digital technology in this, and the difference that can make in terms of the website and with the National Assessment and Monitoring Centre. And I think I mentioned to them in this place before about the role of schools and education. I think, we've talked about before about the role for eco-schools and the monitoring projects some of them will be doing, and will then be able to free once they if they find levels of exceedance near the school, then they can come up with their own plans to actually how they tackle that, which actually helps with that kind of educational and behavioural change for them, encourage the parents and the adults to do the same. And I think, we're looking in terms of clean air zones, and I think members mentioned before in terms of around schools as well, and speed limits. And within the consultation, within the framework for clean air zones, there is the ability, should you wish to lower speed limits in certain areas as well.
Simon Thomas.
Diolch, Llywydd. Well, I appreciate that the statement by the Minister today goes further than just responding to a legislative challenge, but I think it is, and needs to be put on the record, shameful that the Welsh Government has had to reach this point by dint of responding to a High Court case. And it's taken an awful long time, because only a year ago now, Plaid Cymru actually sought to amend the Public Health Bill to put some of these features that are now in the Minister's announcement actually in our legislation. And I think that is the first thing that I'd like to identify as still missing from what the Minister said today. So Plaid Cymru is certainly of the view that we, by now, need a Clean Air Act, in effect, for Wales. We need to look at how we ban non-hybrid vehicles much earlier than the UK Government intends. 2042, I think, is the date there, and I'd like to hear what the Welsh Government thinks of that. We need air pollution monitors in our towns and cities, particularly outside schools and hospitals. Clean air zones, which have been mentioned, but I think need a legal underpinning. And, of course, empowering local authorities to issue pollution charges as such, and encourage less polluting traffic, whether it be regulations on certain days or to certain areas. Now, these things are hinted at in this statement, but, for example, I don't see how we can have local authorities introducing charging unless we have a legislative underpinning to that, and unless this Assembly has taken the overview about how that should work. So first question I really have to ask the Minister is, she does mention that she will seek to develop new legislation if she finds gaps. Well, I would say to her, the gaps are there. The gaps are clear, and the gaps are there now. Failure to deal with this public health problem that is causing 2,000 premature deaths a year in Wales. So please, can we have a firmer commitment from you to take forward the necessary legislation to underpin what you say in your statement? The second issue I'd like to raise is one of air quality monitoring. You've talked about an assessment centre. Wales, of course, welcome that development. Are you, however, convinced that we have the sufficient air quality monitoring at the moment in Wales? My understanding from corresponding with local authorities, from talking to campaigners, is that many of our so-called monitoring stations are not real-time monitors at all. They take an average over a period of time, even over a month. Many of them outside schools are not, for example, doing real-time monitoring at that pick-off and drop-off 8:30 to 9 o'clock time when children will be exposed to the very worst pollutants. So are we really understanding the size of this problem? You mentioned in your statement where the problems are, certain roads, certain areas. I think it's deeper, and I think we see in asthma and in the respiratory problems we see in our young children that we have a fundamental problem with this. So the second point is, are we going to improve our air quality monitoring, have real-time monitoring, and linked into the website? Again, that's a welcome development, a revamped website, but let's link it in so that people themselves can see, if I drive my SUV to my local school instead of walking half a mile, this is the effect I'm going to have. We need to get that conversation going in Wales. You're quite right, of course, to say that this dealing with air quality, particularly in our towns and cities, may have an unfortunate impact on those who are least able to deal with the costs of trying to find alternative transport and so forth. So what discussions are you having with your colleagues, particularly Ken Skates, of course, around bus infrastructure? Bevan Foundation made an interesting proposal a few months ago that, in fact, it wouldn't cost all that much to have free bus transport in our cities, and maybe that would take away from the air pollution things. But, some radical thinking is needed, and particularly the use of hydrogen now in our towns and cities as a way, certainly of improving air quality. I mean, you could still have a question around how the energy gets put into hydrogen, but the air quality would certainly be much improved by the use of hydrogen. And banning heavy goods vehicles from particularly our cities and town centres at particular times. And I think it's not just a position of heavy goods vehicles entering our towns and cities at the same time as children are walking to school, or we want them to walk and cycle to school. that has a particular problem. The fourth point I'd like to raise is just around where the Welsh Government is taking its other initiatives. I appreciate some of these are not in your direct purview, but we heard the other day that Aston Martin are unlikely, actually, to develop electric SUV in Wales. It begs the question of what exactly is Aston Martin doing in Wales? Are they developing the most modern technology here? TVR, again, attracted with Welsh Government money. The £10 million for the automotive centre in Blaenau Gwent, is that looking at electric and hydrogen and post-fossil fuel vehicles and transport? Or are we using Welsh Government money to prolong the problem that we already have in our towns and cities? And I think that needs to be answered as well before we can really understand whether what you've set out today is going to have a real impact. I appreciate you don't directly control those, but the rest of the government has to come alongside you to make this work. And then a final question, if I may, is around the Air Quality Fund, which you've announced today. Again, welcome that there is a fund available. Just to be clear, is that over 2 or 3 financial years? Because when you say 2018 to 21, that could be 2 financial years or 3 financial years. And how will you actually make that now available, presumably to local authorities? Is it a bidding process? Are you going to direct at a strategic national level where this money needs to go? Or are we going to see, unfortunately, that could happen, that some authorities would be better placed to bid for it? I would like to see this, in short, being a need-driven formula and a need-driven fund that really deals with those most dreadful parts of Wales that are suffering from air pollution at the moment.
Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I thank you for your number of questions. And I know this is an issue that you're very passionate about and your party is very supportive of taking action on. In terms of just dealing with the legislative issue, then I made it clear in my statement, and I hope I can make it clear again, that it's definitely something in consideration, and that's not to delay it, but that is just because I want to see action now. And I think it's certainly something we can look at and consider down the line. But I think the member will appreciate too that the legislative agenda can often be quite full, and to wait for that when we can be taking action probably wouldn't be the most responsible thing to do. But it's definitely something that is on the agenda there, and we could actually, when we go to the second consultation on the plan, actually, do people want to see a Clean Air Act in Wales? If so, what should that do, and what do they want to see it achieve? I hope the member doesn't drive the SUV to the school. Thank you for clarifying that. But you're absolutely right about the importance of it goes back to what David Melding said about the importance of taking people with us, that we're not bringing in things like reducing speed limits just to I think the common refrain would probably be on Facebook. Our Facebook forum would be to, raise revenue from catching people speeding. I think it's so something educational part of this, and taking people with is so important that actually, and the role of digital technology again to bring that home, that this is actually because we need to do it for people's health and well-being, and to tackle those preventable health issues that we know are linked to air pollution. And you mentioned things like in terms of hydrogen vehicles, HDV. Instead of the clean air zones would allow to consider that in the round in terms of actually being able to limit HGV access at certain times, or look at that. But that's obviously for each place-based approach, whatever they consider to be first. And you're absolutely right about working in the importance of working across government on this, because many of those things that have a big impact on what we're trying to do on air quality are with outside the environmental brief, but have such a big impact on our environment, which is why our cross-government commitment to decarbonisation, I am working very closely with the Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Transport in terms of looking at how we use the Economic Action Plan and other initiatives to working with the public transport sector to reduce harmful emissions and from things like taxis and buses by 2025, and our ambition is to achieve a carbon neutral public transport by this date.
Thank you. Mike Hedges.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. First of all, I'd like to welcome the Minister's commitment to take action to reduce air pollution in Wales, support a healthier future for our communities, our natural environment and our country. This issue is very high on my agenda as well, as I'm the Assembly Member for Swans East, and we have problems in some of our communities, such as Harwood, where a combination of topography and traffic leads to very poor air quality. But we've seen here before, London in the 1940s and 50s suffered from smog, a combination of smoke and fog that was killing people. Action was taken. Today, we know that with outdoor pollution is killing people via heart disease and strokes. We know that, and action desperately needs to be taken. I welcome that in the clean air zones there is a mechanism for managing traffic access to promote reduction in overall traffic levels and limit harm caused to health and the environment by the remaining vehicles. This is something which we desperately need in a number of our communities. I've got one question, and I think it's almost comes out a yes or no. Does this mean that access-only rules for HG vehicles, especially those which are diesel lorries, can be introduced by local authorities?
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and thank you, Mike Hedges, for your contribution. I think we raised the issues around hazard and topography and traffic just last week around the similar time in this chamber. In terms of clean air zones, all that information is retained in the consultation, and that will be the responsibility of the local authorities to look at how they can reduce access of the most harmful vehicles into those clean air zones. But it's also to make sure, as I said in the statement, to make sure too that it doesn't then take into consideration, so it doesn't just push the issue of pollution on the perimeter of the zone as well. So it all needs to be considered in the whole.
Thank you. Gareth Bennett.
Diolch, Deputy Llywydd, and thanks to the Minister for his statement today. And thanks for the commitment that you've outlined. As David Melding and Simon Thomas have indicated, we have had a bit of a battle to get to this point, but at least there are now some commitments from the government. Now, we've had quite a few discussions here in the Chamber on this subject during this Assembly term, and of course we all want to see the Welsh Government and the Assembly do its utmost to improve air quality in Wales, which is a big problem in most of our built-up urban areas. The question being what action will be effective in achieving that aim. Now, a lot of air pollution, I think we all recognise, emanates from roads. One of your proposals today is for the temporary 50-mile-per-hour speed limits on motorways and trunk roads. Just a minor point, but I'd like to point out that you cite the A470 between Upper Boat and Pontypridd as one of the proposed 50-mile-per-hour zones. Well, from what I'm told by regular users of the route, it's already a 50-mile-per-hour zone and has been since roadworks were carried out there some months ago. So I just wanted to pass that information on. But a more important point is that these motorways and trunk roads are the only roads that the Welsh Government manages. The vast majority of roads are under local authority control, and these are the roads with pedestrians on them. You don't get many pedestrians on motorways and major trunk roads. So, of course, what you are going to need to do going forward is have some meaningful interaction with the local councils about how they are dealing with the pollution coming from their roads. And I think this is what we've been discussing to some extent today. How you're going to achieve that. I think we need strong guidance from the Welsh Government in this area. I know that you're proposing an air quality fund, which is good, but you may need to accompany it with strong guidance to ensure that the necessary action is implemented effectively. How strongly will you be overseeing the air quality fund as the relevant minister? You say that you want to create clean air zones and restrict admission to these zones by banning certain kinds of polluting vehicles. And I think this is in many ways a fairly obvious step, but as you recognise yourself, there are going to be major difficulties with this, cultural difficulties as much as anything. To look at the issue more precisely, HGVs have been mentioned by a couple of people. So one obvious thing is, why have we got HGVs going through residential areas? Should this be allowed? So that maybe needs to be looked at. But we do have to look at possible repercussions of bringing in these kind of clean air zones, because we have had evidence, scientific evidence recently relating to what's happened in London since the congestion zone was brought in 15 years ago. And there is recent research that indicates that in some ways air quality has actually worsened in London. In particular, the diesel pollution has increased by 20%. This is because of the increased traffic from diesel-powered buses and taxis. So, yes, you can look towards public transport, which you're citing here, but you need to look at what are the emissions coming from public transport, I guess is what I'm saying. So how are you going to monitor the fleets of buses and the licensed taxis which operate through the 22 local authority areas in Wales? Because you're going to need to look at that and assess the pollution elements of that if you are encouraging public transport rather than private vehicle use into these areas. But you need to do all that first, I think, and once you've got those measures in place, and Simon Thomas has mentioned that extra legislation may be needed, then you've got the big task of the cultural change of persuading people who do drive when they could walk to actually get out of the vehicles and do so. But of course, at the moment, it's kind of a vicious circle because you can't persuade people to get out of their vehicles and walk to places like the school because the roads are so polluted. Why would they want to do that? So you need to tackle this cycle at some point. So good luck with it. And I'm interested to hear your answers. Thank you.
Minister. Thank you, Mayor. I think the member for his good luck wishes there. Just to deal with the first thing in terms of the 50-mile-per-hour temporary speed limit between Upper Boat to Pontypridd. It's from the Upper Boat roundabout and to the A4058 roundabout at Pontypridd. It's exactly 4.2 kilometres. So in some of these areas, it's actually, particularly the one I'm most familiar with in Deeside, it's actually an extension of perhaps where there might have been existing temporary 50-mile-per-hour zones before. Interaction with local councils, well, a key part of this is we can take action on the trunk roads, but the key part of being able to do this is to offer resources as well as guidance. Clean air zones of major cities like Cardiff is an option with this, and other major cities where they may work best and may be a fitting solution to the problems. But the plan and the Clean Air Programme will also try to identify through our monitoring what is the best solutions, what is the action needed in certain places and what best suits those places and what their problem is. And I think one in terms of that, I think in terms of schools, and we've all raised that today, I think I go back to actually this behavioural change and this generational shift and bringing the younger generation with us in terms of tackling any pollution and monitoring it around schools and coming up with their own solutions to that in terms of whether that be behavioural change campaigns such as walking buses, no idling policies outside the school, scooting to school, using bikes. So I think I'm very keen to support the growth of that in terms of making sure that we develop that pester power and actually start, we take measures now to tackle air pollution and air quality problems right across the country. But I think it is really, really key to make sure that we educate the next generation in particular to take this forward in the future.
Thank you. Julie Morgan.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I welcome this statement. Really pleased that this is coming, high up on our agenda. I'm particularly concerned about the effect of air pollution on children because 3 of the 9 schools in Cardiff, which are situated near roads with harmful levels of air pollution, are in my constituency of Cardiff North, Ysgol Mynydd Bychan, St Joseph's and Contays, all around the North Road area, and I've got huge concern about the effect on the health of the children in those schools, as well, of course, for children in all the schools in Cardiff. So I would like to see a lot more effort made to improve the air quality, particularly around the schools. She mentioned some of it just in the answer to the last question about some of the things that could be done in relation to encouraging parents not to use the cars, the scooting and the cycling. And I wondered if she'd looked at play streets, where streets are closed off for certain hours or days so that the children are free of pollution and are able to play. And would she congratulate Cardiff Council on its production of Cardiff's Transport and Clean Air Green Paper, changing how we move around a growing city. And there's many suggestions in there about the way that we could go in Cardiff, recognising it as an absolute imperative. And I wondered if she had any liaison with Cardiff Council about this document. I think what's come up in a few of the questions today is how much local authorities can do by themselves on their own initiative and how much action is needed from Welsh Government So I don't know whether she could clarify that now or at a future time, so that we know how we're able to work together. Because there are, you know, there are many things in this document that could really transform quality of air in Cardiff. But I don't, as I say, I don't know how much they can do that themselves or how much they need the Welsh Government to help them.
I think the last point you make there, I think it goes back to it's absolutely key if we are going to get where we need to be and where we want to be on this, that we do work collectively and collaboratively on it. I really like the idea of the play streets. I think I have seen something the one in Cardiff before on the news in terms of them showing up on the streets, and it's definitely something I think perhaps we could look at going forward. Yes, I'm more than happy to congratulate Cardiff Council on their Transport and Green Air paper. I have had meetings with Cardiff Council officials, and my officials continue to liaise with them. And I believe I have another meeting on this brochure coming up very shortly, which I'm happy to keep the member updated on. I have to confess that I've not had a chance to try out the new bikes just yet. So I think maybe my next meeting at Cathays Park, I might try that now the weather's getting a little bit better. I've now got myself in it, putting that on the record, haven't I? So.
Susie Davis.
Diolch, Dr Lywyd. Thank you very much for your statement. I thought it was very interesting, actually. I just wanted to ask you 2 or 3 questions quite quickly. Back in November, you said that you wanted to work across government and with local authorities and across the board. And so I just wanted to ask you a little bit about the consultation. At the moment, it looks like it's going to be the usual online consultation, which is fine, but most of the people I know don't live their lives online. Can you just confirm that you will be including, just thinking of Julie's question, individual groups and organisations, and perhaps things like schools and nurseries and care homes, directly rather than through NGOs? I mean, you may have to just take a sample, I appreciate that. But I think some direct evidence from these places would be really helpful on this. Secondly, you mentioned Port Talbot, which is in my region. And I just wanted to mention that the pollution in Port Talbot doesn't just affect Port Talbot and the Avon Valley, it's spread across the whole of Swansea Bay. But at the same time, we've also got some of the highest traffic pollution. So can you give me some reassurance that your sort of 2 approaches to this in certain parts of Wales where it's appropriate will be worked upon concurrently then, or together, rather than as 2 separate items, because the cough in the morning is the cough in the morning. I don't really care where the cough comes from. And then finally, just on that Port Talbot. Oh, sorry, no, I had another one for you. Very quick. I mentioned now casters to you before. I'm not going to mention them except as I just have. In the towns, it's in the towns that will be collecting a lot of the useful information here. And I note that the additional monitoring is going to be done on stretches of A Road. Can you explain why you've chosen stretches of A Road, some of them which may be polluted, but may not feel as polluted as actually, as Julie said, being close to a school? Why you've chosen to prioritise those rather than some hotspots within towns? And just on that same point, really, on the Port Talbot issue, when Junctions 41 was closed, I appreciate it's before you came here, a lot of air quality monitoring was done at that time, and revealed, rather to my surprise, that the NOx emissions were actually below Welsh Government standards, with one exception. And again, I'm wondering why you've chosen to extend the 50-mile-an-hour element of the M4. Not that I object to you doing it, but why you've chosen there when actually the NOx returns weren't as bad as we probably would have expected. Please do it, though. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I thank Susie Davis for her questions? I know that you've got a keen interest in this as the Regional Assembly member. At the point in terms of the consultation and directly contacting individuals like care homes and schools is a really, really good point, and I'll take that away, take that on board and speak to the officials about how we can do that. In terms of Port Talbot, yeah, you're absolutely right. There's the 2 strands there in terms of the impact on air quality, and that's why I'm keen to look at the the plan we had, the Port Talbot Action Plan, and actually make sure it looks at it in the whole, because some of the, and we need to monitor and see where the infringements are and when they're happening, because there is, as well as the steelworks in itself, you actually have all the other industry around it as well. So you're right, it is a really complex, integrated situation, but we can't, there's no tackling one without the other. We need to address it together and to improve air quality in the area. I'm not entirely sure on the question on the A roads. The ones that I listed in the statement is where we know there are exceedances, and also because they're trunk roads and we have the responsibility, or we are able to action that as a Welsh Government. But in terms of I take on board what she says in terms of within town centres and things like that. That's why we need to look at the Clean Air Programme, the Clean Air Plan, and how we work with local authorities and other organisations to tackle that.
Thank you.
Dr Lewis, I too think that this is a very important statement today because of the public health issues and also pollution generally and the quality of our environment. And I know that British Heart Foundation have done a lot of research, spending millions of pounds on the connection between air pollution and heart disease, and they're quite clear that this is a priority for them, that outdoor air pollution contributes to thousands of premature deaths annually, as we heard earlier, and that long and short-term exposure can make existing heart conditions worse as well as cause new ones. And indeed is a big stroke risk as well. And they see road transport as a key contributor, as we've heard many times already. So with that sort of background, I share some of the impatience and frustration that we heard about earlier in terms of the length of time it's taking for us to show signs of getting to grip with the magnitude of the issues and the need to take necessary action. So I just wonder whether the work that will be undertaken now, Minister, will include cross-references to active travel and integrated transport systems, whether there might be consideration of a default 20 mile per hour zone in inner urban areas, given that lends itself to walking and cycling and getting people out of their cars to play in on the streets and creating those more friendly, health-friendly and environmentally friendly areas. And, perhaps some more specific schemes, such as the one that's been mooted, I think, for quite some time, in terms of LPG conversions for taxi fleets, which I believe repay themselves in cost terms over about 2 years and do make a significant impact to air pollution in our towns and cities, and similarly with buses and their emissions. And tree planting, Minister, because I know that it's been shown in some studies that trees can take something like 50% of particulate matter out of the air. And I know that there have been successes and failures in tree planting terms in Wales in the past, and sometimes it's about the right sort of trees, that don't get bigger than anticipated and don't create problems with the leaves which weren't anticipated, because quite often trees have been planted and then when they've grown to a certain size they've been uprooted and taken away and not replaced. So I just wonder, when you talk about the Air Quality Fund, the £20 million, the support and guidance, will that be addressing these issues? To what extent will local authorities be guided, and to what extent will they have wide discretion?
Minister. Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I think the member for his contributions. You're absolutely right, the need to cross-reference in terms of our ambitions and aspirations in terms of active travel, and that's why we will only progress in this area if we truly work cross-government. That's why I've been working very closely with the Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Transport, making sure that there are those alternatives in place, and that when we are planning for the future, we are taking into account our obligations as part of the Wellbeing and Future Generations Act as well. In terms of 20 mile default 20 mile per hour zone in urban areas, and that's certainly something that local authorities could look at as part of their CAZ zone. But these are all things that we need to look at as part of the Air Quality, the Monitoring Assessment Centre, and also as part of the Clean Air Plan and programme that we'll be bringing forward. Tree planting, absolutely right. The right tree, I think the phrase is the right trees in the right places. and the role that they can play in terms of carbon capture as well. And I think one of the things to do with that is actually one who said the priority within my portfolio is woodland creation. And yes, we know to meet our ambitions on that, we need to create woodland at scale, but that's actually not forgetting. That's not just about woodland creation on scale and on great sizes, about actually within our urban and peri-urban areas as well. And that's a role for the Green Infrastructure Fund as well.
Okay, thank you. I have got 4 more speakers. So, and we're looking at, if you look at the time, you'll know that's going to be slightly impossible. I'm happy to run it over, but please can we not have long speeches? And if your question has been, or the subject's been covered, then perhaps we can think about those questions. So, Vicky Howells.
Minister, I note your comments around the direct actions Welsh Government can take on the motorway and trunk road network. One of the areas mentioned, the A470 between Pontypridd and Upper Boat, is a key commuter link for my constituency. Lots of residents already raised their concerns with me about congestion in this area. So what monitoring will the Welsh Government do to make sure measures like temporary 50-mile-per-hour zones aren't having a negative impact on commuters? And secondly, key to your statement is encouraging behaviour change among Welsh citizens, but this requires that we have policies in place to enable less harmful behaviours. And that, I would argue, requires a cross-government approach, for example, in terms of improving public transport, so my constituents don't need to use the A470 to get to Cardiff, or air quality around schools, for example. So what work are you doing with colleagues to ensure that this cross-government approach is taken?
That's absolutely right in terms of the importance of a cross-government approach, and there was a wry smile, I think, from colleagues over here when you're talking about, if we had that structure in place, then the alternative, then your constituents wouldn't have to sit in the congestion in the A470. I think I said in previous responses, that's why I'm working very closely with the Cabinet Secretary responsible for transport and looking at how we can actually not just look at the whole in terms of our active travel and actually, if we are going to be able to truly tackle the problem of poor air quality, we have to have that in place to make so that if you want the behavioural change of people to shift the way they travel and the way they get to work, the way they go out for their leisure, then we need to make sure we've got something for them to shift towards. The A470 and how it will be, the unintended consequences, how it will be monitored. They will actually be closely monitored by roadside testing, and the results will be fed into ongoing investigations and modelling to establish the measures likely to achieve compliance in the most shortest possible time. So that will be closely monitored to see the effectiveness of the measures in the area.
Thank you, Deputy McLaren. I'm very pleased to hear that we have cross-party support for this really significant subject, because when the going gets tough, and it will get tough when we start actually introducing measures, we know that we have people in our own parties and indeed in the wider community who are still living in the second half of the 20th century, and we have to start getting people to realise that air safety is just as important as road safety. Air pollution is killing more people than bad driving by vehicles. So, and the people who are most at risk are, of course, children with their young lungs. So I'm very pleased to see that the Minister is launching the Clean Air Zone framework tomorrow, because we absolutely need to get on with doing things rather than talking about them. For example, at Tredigaville Primary School, which is opposite the Cardiff Royal Infirmary, just off Newport Road. This is an area which I think should become a place to eat or access only, because it's simply unacceptable, the level of pollution that we are submitting these children to. And there is an alternative route for vehicles. So I hope that the Cardiff Council is going to be ambitious and courageous, and it's not just in its action, not just words. It's more difficult to see what can be done about the children of St Peter's who are actually on Newport Road, but we really need to get across to parents that they're putting their children more at risk by bringing them to school in a car than by walking, cycling or getting the bus. That cannot be repeated too often, but it's not something that
Minister. Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I thank the member for her questions. I think the terms of things that Investor Save and the Clean Air Plan and the Clean Air Zones, and I think Cardiff Council is one of the areas that has been identified as in exceedance. And I said to your colleague Julie Morgan, I've been working and officially liaising closely with Cardiff Council on that. So these are all things that can be considered as part of the plan and the programme going forward, and Clean Air Zones. I'm not a politician who would like to guess and make things up, so on the A48 I'll get clarification on that for you and come back to the member. And I think your first point is absolutely the most important in terms of this air quality. Tackling it is as important as tackling road safety, and about actually we have to work across party and across layers of government and across organisations within the community to say that, that is before, if we're bringing in reducing speed limits, it's not just to annoy motorists, it's not to raise any charging, it's not to raise revenue, it's actually for a reason. And I think if we were, any authority was going to go down the road of a charge, then I think specifically within the clean air zones, that would be any profit from that we would look for that to go back into investing in public transport.
Mark Isherwood.
Thank you. Despite the valued contribution of the Wales Health Impact Assessment Support Unit to the A494 Queensferry ULO public inquiry in 2007, the lack of teeth given to it led to my giving evidence on air quality at the public inquiry, which the inspector accepted and which contributed to the successful recommendation that that programme or that proposal at that time should not go ahead. How will you ensure, therefore, that your new Air Quality Monitoring Assessment Centre for Wales works with the Wales Health Impact Assessment Support Unit and has more teeth in circumstances such as that to be able to make direct representations, for example, during public inquiries? And secondly and finally, we heard reference during the business statement to the Carnarvon Newydd A487 bypass. How can you ensure, or will you ensure, that in the Welsh Government's further consideration referred to earlier of proposed routes for this bypass, the black option, which received 75% public support in the consultation in 2011 against just 6% for the yellow option chosen by the Welsh Government, where the black option found that the number of properties with an improvement in air quality would be 2,730 compared to the deterioration of just 192.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and can I thank my North Wales colleague for his questions and his points there. The Air Quality Monitoring Assessment Centre for Wales, the formation of the centre is to ensure decisions on tackling pollution are evidence-based, and the associated actions are prioritised to maximum public health and well-being, and that does need to be in line with our obligations under the Future Wellbeing and Future Generations Act. And it goes back to what I said, to make sure that we are working cross-government on these things, and linking into his question on Pont Newydd. Air quality is been approved as a priority, and it's actually making sure that we all work, and that's why I'm working cross-government, regularly in liaison with officials and at a ministerial level with both the Cabinet Secretary for Transport and also the Cabinet Secretary for Health.
Asmo.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Diolch, Howard. Minister, I welcome your statement today and thank you very much for your personal interest and commitment that you have shown personally to ensure that Wales air quality improves. As you are aware, in my constituency of Islwyn, there are concerns about the impact of air quality on health outcomes also. And I have pressed with you, Minister, the impacts that is having and the concerns of the Lower Sahara Valley residents group with the potential emissions of nitrogen oxides into the atmosphere and in an area which is in the top 6% of poor health communities across Wales and the top 1% of cancers. So with this in mind and the obvious concerns expressed about the air quality in Haverdrennis Road near Crumlin, what considerations has the Minister given to working with Caerphilly County Borough Council to ensure Wales' first ever air clean zone?
I thank the member for her questions. I know this is an area that we've had previous discussions about, and I'm familiar with your concerns. And you know, we know that apart from Cardiff, Caerphilly and particularly Haverdrennis is the one area within exceedance. And has been issued with a directive to actually come into exceedance. And we are working closely, officials are working closely with Caerphilly Council. And I'm aware that we're looking at establishing a working group within the area to look at the various concerns of residents and because around particularly Haverdrennis and the particular exceedances there, and that working group will involve NOW, Public Health Wales and also hopefully Caerphilly Council, and I'm happy to keep the member updated on that as it progresses.
And finally, Rhina Piolwg.
Thank you. I'm grateful to Deputy Llywydd allowing me a moment or two, or just a moment perhaps, to be more accurate. Just with a quick word and question in relation to electric vehicles. We discussed the regulation of vehicles and limiting traffic and bringing in speed limits as if we have no intention of tackling the prevalence of the internal combustion engine. And, you know, in Norway in December, the sales of electric vehicles outstripped sales of cars with internal combustion engines for the very first time. And we too should be aiming for that here in Wales. Now, other EV manufacturers are available, but I am very grateful to Renault UK for lending me an electric vehicle in the next few weeks for me to, including other elements of my work, travel down to the National Assembly, where I'll be plugging into the new charge points here, hopefully in Cardiff Bay. But can we have an assurance that rather than lagging behind, as this government has been doing, unfortunately, in terms of trying to get on the curve, let alone trying to stay ahead of it, that we in Wales will be trying to join the 21st century revolution towards using electric vehicles. But because you look at cities like Dundee, where they are streets ahead of us, you look at incentives that can be brought in, let alone... how about free parking for people with electric vehicles? How about access to places for people with electric vehicles? Incentivise, make it a proactive mission of this government to make sure that the internal combustion engine becomes not the favoured choice of people, because it becomes a no-brainer for them to choose an EV.
I'm glad that was just one moment, and I wouldn't have wanted to give you more moments. Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. The member knows there's a really number of important points there in terms of incentivising people and actually the importance of actually working in parallel. That's an open to us tackling poor air quality and reducing, to reduce emissions, reducing speeds, without actually looking at how we use modern technology to support that modal shift in transport on electric vehicles. And I look forward to, I'm sure the member's going to chart his journey on Twitter and social media for us, and wish you good luck with it.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you. Yr item nesaf yw datganiad gan y gweinidog diwylliant, twristiaeth a chwaraeon, henebion hygrych I bawb.
Diolch yn fawr, Deputy Llywydd. Mae yn treftadaeth ni a'n diwylliant yn perthyn I ni gyd. Ac mae'n bleser gen I heddiw I gael cyfle I sôn am y gwaith allweddol sy'n cael ei wneud I wella mynediad i'n henebion yma yng Nghymru. Mae yn tirweddau naturiol anhygoel a'n safleoedd gwych wedi cyfrannu'n helaeth at yr lefelau gorau erioed o ymwelwyr dros y blynyddoedd diwethaf I safleoedd cadw, sy'n dangos beth sy'n gan y safleoedd trawiadol yma i'w cynnig. Mae sicrhau bod safleoedd yn denu cynifer o bobl a phosib yn ogystal â bod yn hygyrch, wedi bod yn blaenoriaeth wirioneddol i Lywodraeth Cymru a Cadw. Mae llawer o'n safleoedd wedi cymryd camau breision yn ddiweddar i wireddu hyn. O Gastell Cricieth yn y Gogledd Orllewin i'r Castell Coch yma yn y De Ddwyrain, mae wedi bod yn bleser mawr i mi gael gweld rhai o'r gwelliannau yma fy hun. Mae'r gwelliannau yn amrywio o ganol fannau a golyg fannau newydd i ymwelwyr, i waith adnewyddu, gwell hygyrchedd ac arddangosfeydd blaengar. A hyn i gyd heb effeithio andwyol ar hynodrwydd yr adeiladau gwreiddiol. Mae Cadw'n parhau a'i ymdrechion i wella, ehangu a chyflwyno cynlluniau a mentrau newydd, mwyn enyn diddordeb pobl Cymru yn yn hanes a'i hannog i fwynhau a gwneud y mwyaf o'n henebion. Un enghraifft o hyn yw'r cynllun ymweliadau addysgol am ddim i safleoedd Cadw. Does dim ffordd well o enyn brwdfrydedd pobl ifanc na drwy weld yn hanes anetifeddiaeth yn dod yn fyw. Mae'n bwysig yn bod ni yn annog cenedlaethau'r dyfodol i ymddiddori'r anetifeddiaeth oherwydd wedi'r cyfan nhw fydd gwarchu dwaid ein treftadaeth yn y dyfodol. Da ni hefyd yn falch o ddweud y gall plant maes a'r teuluoedd sy'n gofalu amdanyn nhw ymweld â phob un o'r henebion sy'n gofal Cadw am ddim, a hynny drwy bartneriaeth gyda gweithredu dros blant. Mae'r cynllun bancio amser hefyd yn bartneriaeth holl bwysig sy'n galluogi gwirfoddolwyr sydd wedi cofrestru ar raglenni bancio amser ac yn gweithio i gefnogi cymunedau lleol, i wario credyd a'n illirddwyroi o'r amser ar ymweliadau a phob un o'r henebion sydd yn gofal Cadw. Da ni hefyd yn cynnal cynllun gwobrwyo Cadw, sef ymweliadau a chymorth sydd yn cael eu cynnig am ddim i sefydliadau sy'n gweithio gyda theuluoedd ac unigolion sydd ag anghenion cymhleth. A dwi yn falch iawn o docyn henebion newydd Cadw, bydd yn cynnig mynediad di-derfyn i un safle. Mae'r tocyn yma yn rhan o'r gwaith o gynnig rhywbeth at dant pawb. Da ni parhau i gynnig mynediad am ddim i ymwelwyr anabal a'i gofalwyr plant dan 5 ac ymwelwyr sy'n dod i ddigwyddiadau drysau agored. Unwaith eto leni, roedd mynediad am ddim i bob safle Cadw ar y cyntaf o Fawrth mwyn dathlu Gwyddewi, gan gynnwys y safleoedd poblogaidd iawn fel Cestyll Caernarfon, Caerffili a Chydweli, i bod wedi bod yn fwy o her eleni oherwydd yr eira. Yn ogystal â chyflwyno cynlluniau i ehangu mynediad i safleoedd treftadaeth, fe fydd soddwyd hefyd i wella hygyrchedd mewn nifer o safleoedd Cadw. Dros y blynyddoedd diwethaf mi gafodd pontydd i gosod yng Nghestyll Caernarfon a Harlech, y ddau yn rhan o safle treftadaeth byd. Mae hyn yn cynnig ffordd arall o gyrraedd mynedfa'r ddau i gastell yn lle'r grisia ac yn gwella hygyrchedd i'r safleoedd. Ac yn fwy diweddar, fe osodwyd lifft yng Nghastell Cricieth, sy'n rhoi cyfle i fwy o ymwelwyr weld y deunydd dehongli a'r arddangosfeydd yn y ganolfan ymwelwyr newydd. Wrth gwrs, mae rhoi cyfle i ymwelwyr ddeall a dysgu am yr adeiladau a'n hetifeddiaeth hanesyddol, yr un mor bwysig ac ydy'r cynyddu cyfleoedd i ymweld. Mae Cadw yn gwneud hyn drwy ddehongli'r hanes ar ffurf straeon bachog a bywiog sy'n cael eu cyflwyno mewn ffordd llawn dychymyg. Y nod ni yw rhoi profiadau mwy rhyngweithiol i ymwelwyr. Mae gwaith dehongli newydd yng Nghastell Biwmares enghraifft yn cynnig taith ddigidol gyda lluniau, testun a sain ar ffurf app. Ac yng nghanolfan ymwelwyr Castell Cricieth, mae yna ffilmiau clyweledol gyda sain ac isdeitlau dwyieithog a gweithgareddau ymarferol rhyngweithiol. Mae ffilm arddangosfa ail-greu sy'n defnyddio delweddau wedi cynhyrchu a chyfrifiadurodd yn cael ei dangos yn y ganolfan ymwelwyr, a saith ddigidol o bethau diddorol a gyflwynwyd drwy ap Cadw ar gael i bawb, gan gynnwys yr rhai na all gyrraedd, yr rhannau mwy anodd i'w cyrchu o'r castell ei hun. Mae rhaglen Cadw o ddigwyddiadau cyffroes hefyd yn denu rhai pobl na fyddan nhw ddim fel arfer yn ymweld â safleoedd hanesyddol. Mae Cadw yn cynnal mwy na 500 o ddigwyddiadau a diwrnodau allan ledled Cymru, gan gynnwys digwyddiadau ail-greu mawr. Arddangosfeydd celf, sinemau awyr agored a pherfformiadau byw, gan gynnwys theatr a bandiau roc. Fel rhan o'r digwyddiadau yma, roedd hi'n bleser mawr i mi fynd i gwrdd ar dyn peiriant, y Man Engine, yn ddiweddar yng ngweithiau dyr hanesyddol Blaen Afon. Mae hefyd werth nodi fod cynllun chwilio am chwedlau 2017 Cadw wedi rhagori ar y llwyddiant ysgubol a gafwyd yn 2016 gan ddenu 132 o filoedd o ymwelwyr, 132 o filoedd o ymwelwyr i gwrdd ar dreigiau ar eu taith o amgylch Cymru. Bob mis Medi fel rhan o'r rhaglen drysau agored, mae cannoedd o leoliadau sydd fel arfer ar gau yn cael i agor i drysau i'r cyhoedd yn rhad ag am ddim. Ac yn ystod 2017, roedd hyn yn cynnwys 344 o leoliadau lle croesawyd dros 44 o filoedd o ymwelwyr. Mae gan Cadw hefyd enw da o ran gweithio a phartneriaid i gynnal digwyddiadau sy'n dod â'n hanes yn fyw i gymunedau. A mi fydd y berthynas yn parhau yn gryf ac yn cael ei adeiladu ymhellach gyda'r Ymddiriedolaeth Genedlaethol ac aelodau'r Bartneriaeth Strategol Cymru Hanesyddol, gan gynnwys rhannu arferion gorau ym maes datblygiadau digidol, aelodaeth, arlwyo a manwerthu. Rydyn ni yn ffodus yng Nghymru bod gynnon ni etifeddiaeth a hanes cyfoethog. Ac y gwaith da sy'n mynd rhagddo, mae'n rhaid i ni barhau i annog hyd yn oed mwy o bobl i fwynhau, deall a dysgu am yn hanes a'n hynebion. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch. Susie Davies.
Diolch, Deborah Lywedd, a diolch hefyd am y datganiad yna. Very pleasing, of course, to have such a positive roundup of Cadw's successes in this last year or so. Obviously, I'm not going to say that I disagree with any of these. They've obviously made a difference in many of these cases, and I particularly like the announcement on foster families. And actually, I thought the time banking introduction was a pretty interesting one as well. I did want to ask you, though, these are Cadw properties. I'm going to make my perennial plea for Neath Abbey, of course. I know you can't be everywhere, but this is Neath is an area of high deprivation and an area of underexploited tourism potential as well. And while free entry to sites is great, they're actually pretty free to Neath Abbey because there's no visitor experience there. So if you can give me any update on that, that would be great. I would have liked to hear a little bit more as well about how access to heritage, even though it inspires younger people, it also has a place in the sort of a strategy for the local economy, particularly for my region, based on skills and tourism, effectively. So when we talk about access to monuments, I think we need to be talking about access to work as a result of access to monuments as well. So I don't know if you can fill me in a little bit on that. My next question is about cash. There's no reference to money in this statement at all. And while I commend Cadw's, as far as I know, very successful attempts to raise money through its charging system, I'm not clear whether this is a bit of a virtuous circle and whether this primary income and indeed the secondary income that's raised from visitors who come for free are ploughed back into Cadw's coffers, or whether they're ploughed back into Welsh Government's general pot, or if they are ploughed back into Cadw, whether that's used as a reason by Government to reduce the amount that Cadw then gets centrally from the budget. And then my final point is, well, not all monuments, of course, are owned by Cadw. And arguably, I think where the help might start to be needed now is with monuments in the ownership of local authorities, because I'm not convinced from the Cadw sites I've met that they're still doing their very best to promote other monuments or other sites of interest, actually, within the immediate area that might be owned by local authorities. Or, and I'm glad you pointed this out in your speech, actually, owned by the community or possibly even private owners. When visitors visit an area, they don't necessarily hop from Cadw site to Cadw site to Cadw site around the peripheries of Wales. So if you can update us on what Cadw is doing
in terms of access to monuments that they don't own. I think that would be very helpful. I just wanted to say briefly as well, in supporting and encouraging community ownership, I'd really like to hear perhaps from you separately on that in the future, because I think it's a great idea. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you for those questions. As regards Leith Abbey, I'm very happy to make a visit there with you, if that would be helpful. And then we could see what we can do further with that particular site. In terms of the impact on the local economy, Cadw does have apprenticeships and does develop training of all kinds for the skills that are very valuable to it, as indeed does the National Museum. And I've recently been able to meet with the various apprentices that have been trained and have developed skills, which means that the substantial skills that we have in the restoration of heritage buildings is available not only to the public sector but to Wales more generally. Now, as regards the expenditure and income of Cadw, I note that there has been no significant reduction in the level of expenditure which is allocated and has been undertaken by Cadw over the period since 2013 through to 2017. But there has been a significant increase in the income which Cadw has generated from about 4.8 million right through to 7 million at the 7537 actually. At the latest count, the figure I have here is in fact for 2017. Now, that 7.5 million income of Cadw is income which is gained by Cadw, and I can assure you that we are not in the habit, in a small and perfectly formed department like the one that we have, of sharing our gains with the rest of government. We have not been asked to turn the Cadw profit into the overall government coffers, but in fact this will return to ensure that the further work will be undertaken on the restoration and maintenance of heritage. Diolch.
Thank you. Guy Lloyd.
Diolch yn fawr, Dir Prylywydd, a llai ddiolch i'r gweinidog am ei ddatganiad ar henebion hygyrch i bawb. Nawr, wrth gwrs, diw hygyrchodd i henebion ddim yn her newydd. Roedd cestyll y canol oesoedd yn naturiol wedi adeiladu i atal hygyrchedd, ac wrth gwrs oedd e'n eitha her i oroesi hynny, ac wedi costio'n ddrud, wrth gwrs, ar y pryd i fynd i'r afael, efo'r angen i atal pobl rhag mynd i mewn. Wrth gwrs, yn nodedig, cafodd Owain Glyndŵr ambell lwyddiant yn goroesi y diffyg hygyrchedd i sawl castell yma yng Nghymru. Wrth gwrs, yn naturiol yn adeiladu'r llwybr i waith y gweinidog y dyddiau yma i wella hygyrchedd i'r cestyll canol oesol yna. Ond wrth gwrs, bu tro ar fyd. Ac mae cestyll a fi'n gormesu nawr yn denu ymwelwyr. Y cwestiwn sy'n dilyn ydy beth yn union ydych chi fel gweinidog yn ei wneud i hyrwyddo gwir hanes orthrymedig ein gwlad, yn fwy na dim ond annog pobl i edrych ar yr henebion yma drwy sbectol bensarniol yn unig. Yn nes ymlaen yn eich datganiad, ydych chi yn sôn am chwilio am y chwedle 2017, ac wrth gwrs, wrth sôn am chwedle 2017, dwi'n cael yn atgoffa o'r foment na pan gath rhywun y syniad gwych o gael modrwy hyan yng Nghastell Flint. A dwi'n gwybod sut pa ddadansoddiad sydd wedi cael i wneud o'r fenter yna, ac pwy gath y syniad hirt yna yn y lle cyntaf. Ac ydych chi'n sôn wrth ddod at ddiwedd eich datganiad am hyn, a dwi'n cytuno efo chi, rhaid i ni annog perchnogaeth gymunedol o'n henebion a'n treftadaeth mwyn sicrhau ei dyfodol am flynyddoedd i ddod. Clywch ddwedyn ni. Ac wrth gwrs, mae enwau lleoedd hanesyddol yn rhan allweddol bwysig o'n treftadaeth. Yn wir, mae ein henwa hanesyddol yn ei hunan yn rhan o'r stori o hygyrchedd i henebion, heb yr enw, lle ydych chi'n mynd? Ac wrth gwrs, wedi methiant fy mesur i y llynedd yn y lle yma i ddiogelu enwau lleoedd hanesyddol, nid oes, fel ydych chi'n gwybod, diogelwch statudol i'n henwa lleoedd hanesyddol nawr, yn wahanol, wrth gwrs, i beth eraill, mae rhai planigion prin efo mwy o ddiogelwch nag ein henwa hanesyddol ar leoedd. Felly, pa gama ydych chi'n ei gymryd i warchod enwau lleoedd hanesyddol Cymru? Diolch yn fawr.
Mae gyda ni gofrestr hirfaith o enwau hanesyddol sydd ar gael ar y we fel y gwir yr aelod. Fe benderfynwyd peidio a dilyn trywydd o ddeddfu yn maes enwau lleoedd, ond mae'r adnodd yna yn glir ar gael, ac yn wir mae'r awydd i ddefnyddio enwau cynhenid neu enwau Cymraeg neu Geltaidd neu Ladin ar dir ag ar safleoedd ag ar drigiannau ag ar dai yng Nghymru wedi cynyddu o'i gyferbynnu ag enwau Saesneg er enghraifft yn ystod y blynyddoedd diwetha. Ond dwi ddim am mynd ar ôl y sgwarnog arbennig yna ymhellach oherwydd trafod henebion yr ydwy'n benna'r pnawn yma. Newyddion da ydy bod ni'n edrych ymlaen yn cadw nid yn unig i gynnal y cestyll presennol, ond i dderbyn, ond mae'n debyg y bydd rhaid i ni'n wneud cyfraniad tuag ato fo, i dderbyn perchnogaeth o ragor o gestyll yn y dyfodol, gan gynnwys castell a adeiladwyd gan Dafydd ap Gruffydd ap Llywelyn, gydag incwm oddi wrth y frenin Lloegr ar y pryd. Ond wrth gwrs yn ddiweddarach, fe nath Dafydd ap Gruffydd ap Llywelyn ymlynu gyda'i frawd, ac yna fe ddaeth o y tywysog Cymreig cynhenid ola i adeiladu cestyll yng Nghymru. Ac yn bwriad ni felly yw cynhyrchu deunydd arbennig ar gyfer ymwelwyr fydd yn canolbwyntio ar yr henebion hanesyddol sydd wedi cael ei adeiladu neu sydd wedi cael ei meddiannu a'i trigiannu am gyfnod sylweddol gan y tywysogion Cymraeg. A mae hynny'n cynnwys, wrth gwrs, yr hyn da ni wedi wneud yn barod ynglyn â chyfnod Owain Glyndŵr yng Nghastell Harlech. Os yna, da chi wedi cael cyfle i ymweld ar castell hwnnw'n ddiweddar ac yn arbennig ar dehongliad ac yn ei gyr yno. Mae o'n dehongliad cenedlaethol, fel y dylai fo fod, gan Lywodraeth Cymru a gan cadw ar ran Lywodraeth Cymru o'r hyn sydd yn digwydd. Dwi ddim am wneud unrhyw sylw ynglyn ac yr hyn a ddigwyddodd gan weinidogion oedd yn y swydd yma ymlaen i, ac a wnaeth penderfyniadau a gofodd i newid. Dwi'n mynd credu bod hynny yn briodol. Ond gaidd wedi'n gair arall, Castell Cricieth a Owain Glyndŵr, yn sicr fe wnaeth Owain Glyndŵr lwyddo i losgi o'r leia rhai o'r cerrig yng Nghastell Cricieth, ac ro'n ni'n cael y fraint o weld ôl y tân hwnnw yn ddiweddar. A dwi'n siŵr y bydda fo yn cynnau tân hyd yn oed yng nghalon hen genedlaetholwr fel yr aelod sydd wedi gofyn y cwestiwn.
Neil Hampson.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'd just like to follow up, as Di Lloyd started his questions, by asking the Minister whether he agrees with me that history is not something which should be read but should be experienced by each generation so that it understands how it fits into the continuum of a nation's history. That's absolutely vital to the success of any nation, and as Alexis de Tocqueville wrote nearly 200 years ago, as the past ceases to shed its light on the future, the mind of man wanders in obscurity, and therefore our national monuments and accessibility to them is absolutely vital in the education of any civilized person, but also it's essential to the understanding of how the nation has developed as it has and where we all fit within it. And so I'm delighted to welcome the success of CADU and its events programme and to laud the extent to which CADU has been able to popularise its monuments and its activities through reenactments and art exhibitions and live performances. History, when I was young was taught as a kind of dry as dust subject, and it's vital that we get away from that if we are to enthuse the younger generation to understand the importance of these things, not just for their economic value, although that's vitally important as well, as Susie Davies pointed out earlier on, but the revenue which is raised is for a purpose, and that is to bring the monuments which we inherit from the past into a better state of repair, and also to make them even more accessible to future generations than is the case in ours. I realise it may be a little premature for the Minister to make any comment on the recommendations of the Culture Committee very recently on the historic environment, but the collaboration with the National Trust is a very important element, I think, of Cadw's success for the future, to increase its revenues and improve its digital interpretation tools across historic sites in Wales. And I wonder if the Minister is able to give us any further update upon what Cadw intends to do in this respect. And my second and last point is to welcome the last part of the statement, where the Minister mentions Cadw's track record of working with partners to deliver events which brings history alive for communities, and his affirmation that these relationships will continue to be built upon. In our report of the Culture Committee, recommendation 10, we requested that there should be a clear timeline of progress, measurable milestones for the development of the Historic Wales Partnership. And I wonder whether we're in a position as yet to give any indication of what those timelines and measurable milestones might be today or in the near future.
Thank you. I'm grateful for those questions. I just want to say I will be responding in detail to the issues raised in the committee report, and there will be a full government response in the usual way to those recommendations. And I would prefer to deal with that through that particular response. But I would like to take advantage of some of the points he's asked to reply more specifically to one question which Susie Davies asked earlier, which is what Cadw does to promote non-Cadw sites. And there are displays, of course, and information is produced about other sites on all Cadw sites, other attractions which are privately owned. There are reciprocal arrangements for discounts and for promotions between museums and castles. There is also a promotion run alongside with the National Trust where visitors can get half-price entry on a Cadw or a National Trust site. And if you visit two sites on the same day and you've paid full entry price to one. Now, I'm not sure whether that's sufficiently widely publicised, but that does happen. And sites that are not cared for by Cadw are included in Cadw's North and South maps, of which 60,000 maps are distributed in various attractions. And where I've had the opportunity to visit castles which are in the ownership of landowners, particularly recently in Carmarthenshire, I can say that the arrangement always is where Cadw can assist with the promotion and the advice on the conservation of the buildings, and where there is an opportunity to charge, or there is a facility for part of the season to charge, then generally that benefit is shared between the landowner and Cadw. Is usually about a ratio of 60-40. So that's how Cadw operates alongside those who have the responsibility for private sector attractions.
Thank you. Item 5 is the Digital Government Welsh Bodies Wales Regulations of 2018, and I call on the Leader of the House to move the motion, Julie James.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I move the motion to approve the Digital Government Welsh Bodies Wales Regulations 2018. The Digital Economy Act, which received royal assent in April 2017, grants new powers to public authorities to share data with other public authorities, to improve the delivery of public services, identify and take action on debts owed to the public sector, and identify and tackle fraud against the private sector. For a public body to be able to access these new powers, they need to be specified in the legislation. For the public service delivery powers, a public body will also need to be named against a specific policy objective, which will be set out in separate regulations. Devolved Welsh bodies are not currently named in the Digital Economy Act and cannot make use of any of the new powers. The UK Government is preparing to lay new regulations which will set out the first 4 objectives for the public service delivery powers, supporting individuals and households affected by multiple disadvantages, for example, disability, unemployment or care leavers, identifying and supporting individuals and households who may be eligible for support under a television returning scheme, identifying and supporting individuals and households that are living in fuel poverty, and identifying and supporting individuals and households that are living in water poverty. The regulations being considered by members today will ensure that devolved Welsh organisations are able to use the new powers alongside their English and Scottish counterparts. It is vital that our devolved public bodies are able to use these new powers alongside English and non-devolved bodies to deliver the best possible services. Data sharing, when done securely and for the right reason, is critical for enabling services to integrate and work together to deliver better outcomes for citizens. If Welsh bodies are not able to access these powers, Welsh citizens will be at a disadvantage in terms of water and fuel poverty. We have consulted publicly on the regulations and in general respondents recognise the positive benefits of Welsh public bodies being included, and in fact many respondents wanted more public bodies named. In future, this Assembly will also be able to set new policy objectives for data sharing amongst devolved public bodies to deliver better public services for Wales. I urge members to support these regulations.
Thank you. I have no speakers in the debate. Therefore, the proposal is to agree the motion. Does any member object? No. Therefore, the motion is agreed in accordance with Standing Order 12.36. Before we move to the debate on stage 3 of the Regulation of Registered Social Landlords Wales Bill, I intend to suspend proceedings for 10 minutes. The bell will be rung 5 minutes before we reconvene, and I would encourage members to return to the chamber promptly. The sitting is now suspended for 10 minutes.
Galw'r aelodau i drefn, a cyn i ni gychwyn ar cyfnod 3 y bil rheoleiddio landlordiaid cymdeithasol cofrestredig Cymru, pwynt o drefn Simon Thomas.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywydd. Wy'n codi o bwynt o drefn gan fod newyddion yn tofi, a dwi'n gofyn am eich cymorth mewn ffordd i weld os yw's modd i'r cynulliad trafod y newyddion yma. Y sefyllfa yw bod yn amlwg fod Llywodraeth Cymru wedi gwneud cytundeb gyda blaid Caedwadol yn San Steffan ynglyn â bil tynnu allan o'r Undeb Ewropeaidd, ynglyn â pwerau fydd yn cael ei datganoli, y pwerau fydd yn cael cadw yma, ac wy'n clywed cyfnod o 7 mlynedd neu 5 mlynedd pan fydd pwerau yn cael ei cadw yn San Steffan a ddim yn dod i'r cynulliad. Nawr, falle bod y cytundeb yma yn werthfawr i'r Llywodraeth, ond y safbwynt dwi a diddordeb ynddo fe yw beth sydd gyda ni fel aelodau cynulliad i ddweud dros hyn. Oes na rhywun wedi gofyn i wneud datganiad bris i chi Llawydd ynglyn â materion hyn? Na oes modd i aelodau cynulliad fel fi gofyn am datganiad bris nawr, neu rhyw fath o eglurchad gan y Llywodraeth o beth yn union yw'r sefyllfa?
Wel, gan nad oes neb yn ymateb i'r pwynt o drefn yna, fe na i ddweud wrthoch chi, Simon Thomas, wrth gwrs eich bod chi'n gwybod taw mater i'r Llywodraeth yw i benderfynu ar faterion busnes y Llywodraeth, ond mae'r Llywodraeth wrth gwrs yn atebol i'r cynulliad yma, a fy nymuniad i yw i sicrhau ar bob cyfle fod datganiadau o bolisi mawr gan y Llywodraeth yn atebol ac yn cael eu cyflwyno i'r cynulliad yma yn ei gyfanrwydd mwyn caniatáu y cwestiynau priodol a'r atebolrwydd priodol, ond nid yw hynna wedi cael ei gynnig ar gyfer y prynawn yma hyd yn hyn, ond mae'n bosib y daw hynna maes o law. Felly, fe newn ni nawr symud ymlaen i'r cyfnod 3 ar y bil rheoleiddio landlordiaid cymdeithasol cofrestredig Cymru. Mae'r grŵp cyntaf o welliannau yn ymwneud â chyfranogiad tenantiaid. Gwelliant 1 yw'r prif welliant yn y grŵp yma. Dwi'n galw ar y gweinidog i gynnig y prif welliant ac i siarad am y gwelliant yma a gwelliannau eraill yn y grŵp. Rebecca Evans.
Thank you very much, Llywydd. I would again like to thank the chairs and members of the External Affairs and Additional Legislation Committee, the Constitutional and Legislative Affairs Committee and the Finance Committee for their detailed scrutiny of the bill throughout Stage 1 and Stage 2. And I would also like to thank the stakeholders who provided written and oral evidence, and Assembly members for their support for the bill so far in its passage through the Assembly. The Government's commitment to tenants at the heart of regulation has been made absolutely clear throughout the scrutiny process. I hope it's clear that this bill does nothing to change this, nor the regulatory expectation that registered social landlords consult with tenants and listen to their views. This is a fundamental requirement. RSLs are required to demonstrate tenants are involved in shaping services and decisions, and that services are high quality and improving. This is set out in Performance Standard 2, issued under Section 33A of the Housing Act 1996. And, to confirm what I've said previously, we will be updating and issuing statutory guidance under Section 33B of the Housing Act, which will set out regulatory expectations on RSLs on various matters, including consultation. However, having listened carefully to the debates, I committed to bring forward an amendment at Stage 3 to set out provisions on tenant consultation on the face of the bill. My amendment does exactly this. It sets out provisions to require consultation with tenants when RSLs are considering certain constitutional changes, such as voluntary mergers or amalgamations. I do not, however, propose to impose a duty on RSLs to consult in circumstances where I think that any such duty is not appropriate and would present additional risk to tenants and the RSL, for example, when an RSL is in financial stress. This is because structural change, as caught by Amendments 3 and 4, can be a means of dealing with RSLs in financial stress or facing potential insolvency. In these circumstances, the RSL and the regulator must be able to take very urgent, tailored action to intervene to protect tenants. Even where voluntary arrangements are put in place to deal with financial stress, often there will be a number of factors outside an RSL's control, creditors, timescales and so on, which will have an influence on the proposals made by an RSL and may limit the ability of an RSL to carry out an effective and legally compliant consultation. I am not, whatever the circumstances, saying that tenants should be left in the dark when such changes are being considered. I have made it clear, and I don't think anyone disagrees, that there must be appropriate communication with tenants when these proposals are being considered, and those communication arrangements will be subject to regulatory oversight. But communication is different to formal consultation. A duty to consult has a particular, well-understood meaning in law. My amendment also doesn't include a requirement for consultation where an RSL proposes to change from a registered society to a company or vice versa. In these circumstances, it will not result in a change of landlord for the tenant, only in a change of the legal form of the landlord. Amendment 1A, on the other hand, would have the effect of placing a duty to carry out consultation when an RSL proposes to change from a society to a company. I recognise there may be concerns that a change from a society to a company may signal a change of ethos for an RSL, but there are safeguards against this. All RSLs registered in Wales, including those which are companies, must be not-for-profit, and their purposes must include the provision, construction, improvement or management of social housing. Diversification is monitored closely, as is the establishment of non-registered subsidiaries. In fact, progressing the core purpose of the business is central to Performance Standard 1 and subject to ongoing regulatory oversight. My amendment has been developed to address issues discussed during the scrutiny process, taking into account knowledge and experience of the RSL sector in Wales and the co-regulation approach that we take here in Wales. It's the most appropriate way of ensuring tenant consultation when there are planned changes, whilst allowing flexibility to respond to urgent situations. David Meldon referenced TPAS Cymru, the tenant representative organisation, when speaking to his amendment at stage 2. As you might expect, officials have discussed my amendment with TPAS Cymru, who, whilst welcoming the proposal to set out provisions for consultation on the face of the bill, also recognise that this may not always be practical in cases where RSLs are in financial stress or facing insolvency. We welcome the briefing provided to the Assembly from Community Housing Cymru, which supports my amendment, recognising that it deals with the concerns raised at stage 2, ensuring that tenants are at the heart of decisions taken about the future of their landlord and the services it provides. Therefore, Amendments 1A, 3 and 4 are unnecessary. My amendment therefore provides an appropriate requirement for consultation, but without the operational difficulties that would arise if Amendments 3 and 4 are passed. Amendments 3 and 4, as drafted, effectively place a duty for RSLs to consult before a wide range of constitutional changes, including those which may be driven by the need for an RSL to take steps to make arrangements with their creditors, or prior to taking certain steps relating to insolvency, which, as I have said, is not practical. The issue of the need to be able to step in and take action where an RSL's viability is in jeopardy is also recognised in Scotland, where the regulator can, for example, set aside the requirements for RSLs to consult tenants before it can become a subsidiary of another body, where becoming a subsidiary can be one of the ways of avoiding insolvency. Additionally, Amendments 3 and 4 seek to invalidate certain resolutions. They may have unforeseen consequences. For example, creating uncertainty as to whether the Financial Conduct Authority or the Registrar of Companies can register those resolutions, or whether they must consider whether or not an RSL has carried out a lawful consultation. I therefore recommend members support Amendment 1 and reject Amendments 1A, 3 and 4 for the reasons I have outlined. Thank you.
David Melding.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywydd. Before I speak to the first group of amendments on this bill, can I firstly reiterate the fact that all of my amendments today, in one form or another, have derived from the recommendations of the subcommittee of this bill or from the Constitutional and Legislative Affairs Committee's report. Whilst this bill's aims are unarguably in the public interest, given the judgment of the Office for National Statistics, we need to still keep in mind that this bill is a significant act of deregulation within the housing sector and, consequently, it was identified in both of the committee reports that it would, and I quote, require diligent risk management and effective monitoring. Given that my amendments have derived from the cross-party committee discussions and from the general principles of this bill, which again have cross-party support, I think it is worth appreciating that no one here wants to disrupt or slow down the reclassification process. This is about crafting good law. And Llywydd, can I say that all the amendments that I have laid have had the full support and drafting skill of the Commission's lawyers, and I would repudiate any deficiencies in those amendments from a legal standpoint. And one of the amendments that I brought forward with the support of Plaid Cymru at stage 2 has indeed now been adapted by the Welsh Government and put into their own format. And this amendment is the basis of the discussion we're now having. So, I should welcome the fact that the Government has responded. They're not doing what they originally intended to do. They have responded to the discussions that were held at an earlier stage in the legislative process, for which, rightly, they should get credit. So, having said that, and the recognition for the greater tenant participation in this process, I do believe that in comparison with our amendments, what the Government is offering is a weaker and, I think, a vaguer version, and that's why we have this disagreement, and I'm now going to try to elaborate so that members can make a judicious decision. In Group 1, the purpose of Amendments 3 and 4 is to provide for a formal process for tenant participation and consultation, where there are amalgamations and other structural changes to a registered social landlord. And I do think it's appropriate, when we are referring to the trade organisation, to remember that they clearly have an interest in this, and it's appropriate that we hear it. But when the Minister quotes discussions that have been had with the various interested groups in this, they're not part of the legislative process. They give us advice, of course. I think it's important that we reflect on it. And so I've certainly looked at Community Housing Cymru's note in that vein. They do, in a sort of offhand compliment, welcome the fact, and I quote, the numerous amendments brought forward by David Melding. Well, I have to say that numerous, I thought, meant something that could not be counted. Like there are numerous stars in the universe. They are beyond the ability to count. I've moved 18 amendments. I hope the Llywydd doesn't think that's too arduous. And I noticed the alliance that's been formed with the Government with this key body. And, of course, that's in no way inappropriate. But I do think from the start of this bill, a lot of people have assumed it's very technical, therefore not really worthy of full scrutiny and a proper, full legislative process. And I am a little disappointed that in some quarters at least, we haven't had perhaps the level of engagement that one could expect. I mean, law is a serious business, and deregulation, even when it's forced on us and it's something we cannot avoid, I completely agree with that. But, it does require rigour. So anyway, Amendments 3 and 4 ensure that no amalgamations or other structural changes are valid unless the RSL concerned has first carried out a consultation, which all of the Society's tenants have been invited to participate. These amendments also provide the Welsh Minister by regulations to set out the methods and the timeframe to be applied to any consultation, and that these regulations may not be made unless a draft of the instrument has been laid before and approved by the National Assembly for Wales, so that we have some control and influence on the nature of those regulations. Now, in comparison to the bill in Scotland on this same issue, these amendments are more relaxed and less restrictive in terms of tenant participation. I did not want to propose a veto for tenants, as in effect, in certain circumstances, can exist in Scotland, because there are issues about managing potentially, even if they're rare, very difficult circumstances. And the Ministers referred to some of them as if they would apply to my amendments, though I do strongly repudiate that. So in Section 6 and 7 of the Scottish Bill, and RSL has to consult tenants and to obtain their agreement to the restructuring in cases where the restructuring would lead to a change of landlord for the tenant or the landlord becoming a subsidiary of another body. This was already part of the Scottish Bill as introduced, so it's clear that everyone, I suppose, that's having to do this, as well as the situation in England, that the approach to reclassification of housing associations has to be undertaken with the rights and protections of the tenant fully considered. And obviously, I'm seeking to provide a fuller form of protection to tenants, though not as restrictive as the Scottish case. So I think that here in Wales, at least, we can do as at this amendment stage. The least we should do is to guarantee that tenants have the opportunity to participate and engage when such a huge change is going on around them in terms of the constitutional structure of RSLs. And as I said, it's in the stage one debate. What is more powerful than putting a statement like that on the face of primary legislation? And as I said, we have had some advance, though not as full as I would have wanted. Now, when we took evidence, and the Minister's already referred to this, we did have, I think, strong support from TPAS Cymru, the tenant organisation, and I think that was very welcome in developing the thoughts of the subcommittee that looked at this and provided their report. I've not heard anything that dissuades me that those concerns were in any way inappropriate, and TPAS Cymru did frame their views by emphasising that the actual legislation was very important, and whatever happened, it shouldn't prevent the legislation reaching the statute book. Again, that's the view that we all have. So it is all a matter about balance, and I think that we've struck the right one. We need greater emphasis on the inclusion of tenants in the big decisions that happen around them. Effectively, this is their lives and homes, and I don't think it's too extravagant to expect RSLs at least to invite them to offer their views in a consultation. For Group 1 now, the Government, as I said, has recognised the issue and has come up with their proposals, but I've already made it quite clear that I think the Government's response is a lot vaguer than mine, and I think clarity in legislation is to be welcomed. So I would say, whilst I welcome what the Government has done, I still think their approach is tepid, and I don't think that's good enough in terms of protecting tenants. The wording of the Government's amendment dictates that the Society must also provide the Welsh Minister with a statement about the consultation carried out by the Society with its tenants before passing the resolution to which the notification relates. And again, I don't think that's as strong as we should be aiming for. It is a little ambiguous and, while not perfunctory, I do feel that it does not have the rigour of Amendments 3 and 4, which I'm moving today, to give Welsh ministers the flexibility to determine the method and the time frame of consultation via regulations, of which we would have some say. But that would be a much, much firmer position. So if I can just turn to the point about, again, that the Minister referred to, that an amendment is done in the name of Nick Ramsey, namely Amendment 1A. And I've tabled this as a sort of insurance policy, I suppose, in the case of the Government's Amendment 1 passing. It is our opinion that the consultation exclusion for circumstances set out in point 2B that the Government are pursuing is, and that's namely in the event of a conversion from a society into a company, usually under financial duress, we believe that exclusion is not warranted. Now, you've heard a lot from the Minister that, there are cases when the financial skids are on and you've got to move quickly, otherwise the whole thing collapses. Well, let me just say that action in this area is still regulated by the Cooperative and Community Benefits Societies Act 2014. And for a society to be able to convert into a company, there is a requirement that cannot be avoided on the society to at first undertake a ballot of the society's membership. This ballot has some stringent conditions attached to it, such as the requirement for there to be 50% of the membership present and for at least 75% of those to vote for conversion. Now, in comparison to other situations where membership ballots are required, I'm sure you would agree that those conditions are highly stringent. Whilst the Welsh Government will argue that conversion isn't a significant change, I simply disagree, and that it wouldn't really be, and the government, the view is that it wouldn't really be of concern to them because their landlord doesn't change, it's just the nature of the constitution of the landlord. Well, the rules behind the procedure for the Co-op Act are highly significant and rigorous. So if that change requires that level of endorsement by the members, why do the tenants get no say whatsoever? And during the time that the stipulations of the Cooperative Act have to be met, there's plenty of time for a consultation to take place. And I think it may be reasonable that that is shaped by the circumstances, and so the government could set out how that should then apply. So I think we should not be fooled that sometimes, even under financial duress, very significant changes could occur to the structure of what was a housing association. And under those circumstances of deregulation and change, then a high level of protection of tenants should be required, and at least some consultation. So, should the Assembly decide to approve the Government's Amendment 1 over our Amendments 3 and 4, which offer the proper gold-plated protection, but should you approve Amendment 1, I hope that you will then approve our Amendment 1A, which at least ensures that the government's approach, limited as it is not disapplied to those cases of change that relate to a financial situation requiring a society to become a company. So I so move.
Bethan Saith.
Thank you. Plaid Cymru will be supporting this legislation, and we are minded to support all the amendments in this group at this current stage. But I'd like to take this opportunity to explain our approach to this legislation, as David Melding has also done. We've supported the principle of this legislation in a pragmatic way ever since it became clear that the ONS decision to reclassify social landlords as public sector organisations would have significant impacts on the ability of the sector to finance new housing. On that premise, I should say we are supporting it. But equally, it has become clear that there could be unforeseen consequences from this legislation that should concern us all, particularly over tenant participation. We've been consistent on this throughout, and this has reflected in our amendments alongside David Melding at stage 2 and in our narrative on this particular bill. There are several examples where tenant participation has not been up to standard, even within the existing laws, let alone what might happen following this legislation. For example, the lack of consultation that happened when Wales and West took over Tai Cantref, and we've seen something similar is happening with regards to the recategorisation of FE colleges, where, for example, Denbigh College is closing with no consultation and massive disruption to the students, something only possible because of recategorisation. Yeah, sure.
Just on that point, and if I can declare an interest as a member of Wales and West to the fact that Wales and West took over Tai Cantref, in that regard there was no consultation at all with the tenants. As you said, under the current legislation, it created a great deal of unhappiness, which is still there, with people unsure as to whether this new landlord is actually answerable to them. So it changes the culture of relationship between tenants and the landlord if you don't have full participation. And that's why I think it's really important to examine these amendments to see why we can't improve this bill in that regard.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly why we have raised concerns at each stage, and I think that's true to say of our concerns for the future, because if it's happening now, how can we put checks and balances in place via this bill to make sure it doesn't happen in future? So we will be listening carefully to the government's response on these amendments, but we are currently minded to also support the amendments tabled by Nick Ramsey and David Melding to help strengthen the protections available for tenants when social landlords go through major changes. And I've been listening to the debate already today, and I think actually having become stronger in my view that we need to put these amendments forward, because these are fundamental reasons, actually, as to how changes happen. If there are financial crises, or if an organisation does have to go into receivership, there's more of a reason, actually, to consult, because it may have a detrimental effect on the tenants and how they may live their lives. So I think that's something that we need to consider further. At this stage and at further stages of the bill. We've got to recognise also that social landlords have a unique and different relationship with their tenants to that of other landlords, and it's entirely appropriate that tenants are consulted and, crucially, listened to. There is a risk that this bill may effectively lead to social landlords becoming more like private enterprises, and the deregulation point has been made already, and it may lead to housing associations diversifying how they build their stock, and we really do need to keep a watching brief on that. This is why I think it's important that we have protections in this bill. I appreciate that there is a piece of work ongoing about tenant regulations and their participation by an independent body, but I think the government would do well to understand that when I visited, and I'm sure other AMs have visited, housing associations and talked to their tenants, they want more engagement and more power, and not less engagement and less power. And if we can do anything within any of our capacity with regards to legislation to enhance that, then I don't see that as being a negative.
Gareth Bennett.
Diolch, Llywydd. We in UKIP were happy to support the general principles of this bill, and as I said in the earlier debate here, we did so because we need to protect the provision of affordable housing in Wales. This bill will have the effect of reversing the reclassification of housing associations as public bodies, with the resulting impact that would have on public sector borrowing. So it's clearly in the public interest, and for that reason the bill has cross-party support. That said, we are concerned that the rights of housing association tenants are protected. We believe that the amendments tabled by the Conservatives today improve the bill. They provide an opportunity for tenants to engage and to have their voices heard when major changes are planned to their registered social landlord. In light of our recent debates here in this chamber relating to freeholder rights and leaseholder reforms, both of which UKIP supported, we see these amendments as logical and as a constructive attempt to enhance this legislation. For that reason, UKIP will be supporting all of the Conservatives' amendments today. In terms of the government amendment, Amendment 1, we feel that it's somewhat restrictive and that it could deny tenants a voice in the event that their housing association were to change hands. I know that in committee stage the Minister said that, to quote, "In these situations, appropriate communication with the tenants features as part of the regulatory guidance, and it will be subject to regulatory oversight," end quote. We take her point on board, but on balance we would rather the rights of tenants in those circumstances were put into the bill rather than into guidance. So we won't be supporting the Government's Amendment 1 today. Diolch yn fawr.
Nick Ramsey.
Diolch, Llywydd. I'm pleased to move Amendment 1A, David Melding's insurance policy. As he put it, we would rather, in the Welsh Conservatives, the other amendments in the group to be passed instead. But as David Melding said in his comments, should that not happen, then we do believe that there is a case to at least make sure that residents are consulted, specifically in relation to that change between a registered society and a company. I listened closely to the Minister's comments in opening, and you used the phrase, "We want to put tenants at the heart of this process," something which I actually wrote down myself on my own notes here before you'd said it. And I think we would all agree that that is the aim of this legislation. We do believe here that as things stand at the moment, if you don't accept our amendments, then the system will not be as robust as it could be. As David Melding said, if you put this on the face of the bill, then that gives an assuredness to tenants of associations that they will be fully consulted when and as they need to be. As Simon Thomas said in his comments, there has been bad feeling hitherto because tenants don't feel that they've always been consulted when there has been a cultural change within the organisation which is responsible for providing them with their home. That hasn't been good enough in the past. We want to move away from that, so I would urge members, first of all, to support the other amendments in this group, but failing that, to support this amendment.
Calwafr y gweinidog I ymateb i'r ddadl, Rebecca Evans.
Thank you very much. I'd like to begin by recognising and welcoming the fact that all parties have recognised how important this bill is and how important it is that we achieve the reclassification of RSLs. And it is indeed a serious bill which deserves serious consideration and serious scrutiny, as David Melding quite rightly pointed out. I would say that we haven't heard the last, certainly, of tenants' rights and participation. It's something I've taken a personal keen interest in, and just last week I met with the chair of the Regulatory Board for Wales to discuss the role that they might play, and particularly the piece of work that they're doing in terms of a strong and close look at tenants' rights and tenants' participation as part of one of their thematic reviews. And I know that they'd be keen to hear from members in terms of their views and experiences there as well. And whilst RSLs will be private entities, it doesn't mean that strong, effective regulation has gone away. It's quite the opposite. We've taken really strong steps to revise and strengthen the approach to regulation in anticipation of the ONS reclassification in collaboration with key stakeholders, including tenants. And we don't just want to have tenants at the heart of regulation. Actually, they already are at the heart of regulation, thanks to our new regulatory approach, which has been recently introduced. Some issues were raised regarding conversions from society to a company. So an RSL, which is a registered society, can only convert to a new company as opposed to a pre-existing company, and therefore any new company created for a conversion is deemed to be an RSL, and that brings with it all of the safeguards that affords in terms of its core purpose and business. And that core purpose and business for RSLs, including those which are companies, as I said in my introductory remarks, it means that they must be not-for-profit, and their purposes must include the provision, construction, improvement or management of social housing, and diversification is monitored closely, as is the establishment of non-registered subsidiaries. And in fact, progressing the core purpose of the business is central to Performance Standard 1 and subject to that ongoing regulatory oversight. I would close my remarks by restating that my amendment sets out provisions placing a duty on RSLs to consult with tenants, and it's a duty which applies where there is a fundamental change which affects tenants by way of a change of landlord in response to the concerns raised by Gareth Bennett. But it is not a duty which to consult where an RSL is in jeopardy and needs to take those urgent steps to protect its tenants. And again, I'd reiterate that this doesn't mean RSLs can leave tenants not knowing what's happening if their landlord is facing difficult decisions. Effective communication in any event is a regulatory expectation, and it will be subject to regulatory oversight. Turning to the duty itself, the requirement on RSLs to provide a statement about the consultation they have undertaken effectively forces them to consult. And if they do not consult, they will be unable to provide the Welsh Ministers with the statement required, which then in turn would put them at risk of an adverse regulatory judgment with the potentially very serious consequences that brings. So, therefore, Llywydd, I ask members to support Amendment 1 and reject Amendments 1A, 3 and 4. Diolch.
Gwelliant 1 yw'r prif welliant yn grŵp 1. Fel gwelliant i welliant 1, bydd gwelliant 1A yn cael ei waredu yn gyntaf. Nick Ramsey, gwelliant 1A. Formally?
Formally.
Formally. Diolch. Y cwestiwn yw a ddylid derbyn gwelliant 1A. A oes unrhyw wrthwynebiad? Symudwn felly bleidlais electronig. Agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 23, neb yn ymatal, 30 yn erbyn, felly gwrthodwyd gwelliant 1A. Cwestiwn yw o ddylid derbyn gwelliant 1 nawr, a oes unrhyw wrthwynebiad? Symudwn ni bleidlais electronig ar welliant 1. Agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 37, neb yn ymatal, 16 yn erbyn, derbyniwyd gwelliant 1. Cwestiwn yw, David Melding, gwelliant 3. Cynnig. Cwestiwn yw, a ddylid derbyn gwelliant 3, a oes unrhyw wrthwynebiad? Symudwn i bleidlais electronig. Agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 23, neb yn ymatal, 30 yn erbyn, gwrthodwyd gwelliant 3. David Melding, gwelliant 4. Cwestiwn yw a ddylid derbyn gwelliant 4. A oes unrhyw wrthwynebiad? Symudwn ni bleidlais electronig. Agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 23, neb yn ymatal, 30 yn erbyn, gwrthodwyd gwelliant 4. Y grŵp nesaf o welliannau yw grŵp 2 sy'n ymwneud â gwaith craffu gan y Cynulliad Cenedlaethol. Gwelliant 5 yw'r prif welliant yn y grŵp yma. Dwi'n galw'r David Melding i gynnig y prif welliant ac i siarad am y gwelliant ac am y gwelliannau eraill yn y grŵp. David Melding.
Diolch, Llywelyn, I so move. The first two amendments in this group have arisen from the recommendations put forward by the Constitutional and Legislative Affairs Committee's report, namely Recommendation 7. Amendments 5 and 13 put a requirement on Welsh ministers to lay directions that are issued under Section 5, those regarding constitutional and structural changes, and Section 14 regarding certain disposals of land by RSLs, to put such directions before the Assembly within 14 days of that direction being given. These first two amendments of Group 2 are, in my view, Llywydd, very significant. Under Sections 5 and 14 of the bill as it currently stands, Welsh ministers have the power to issue directions to RSLs regarding the technical and practical aspects of any notifications issued by the RSLs to the Welsh ministers in relation to constitutional or structural changes to RSLs or in relation to disposal of land. And given the importance of the directions and these amendments, the failure to comply with them would result in possible enforcement or penalty notice. And to aid transparency, the Constitutional and Legislative Affairs Committee agreed that it would be appropriate to see any such direction laid before the National Assembly within 14 days of that direction being given. At stage 2, the Minister stated that the scope of the directions under these sections would be, and I quote, limited, administrative in nature and will not contain substantive provisions, and that, end quote, and that she would be, and I quote, more than happy to give a commitment that directions given under the new provisions would be published on the Welsh Government's website, end quote. Well, I have to say, Llywydd, that I think appearing on the Welsh Government's website is a marvellous thing, but I do think that it should be something that should be published or come to the Assembly as well within 2 weeks. And I do not think that is in any way an onerous obligation on the government. In such a scheme of deregulation, necessary as it is, we should not get complacent. And I don't think these are merely technical issues. When you look at issues like the disposal of land, if things go askew and off track, bad practices emerge, then it's going to be on something like that. And however vigilant the government intends to be, we need double assurance, and it's our job to scrutinise that. Llywydd, the final two amendments in this group put in place a requirement that the Assembly should conduct a post-legislative scrutiny of the bill within a 2 to 4 year period after the day on which the Act or an Act would receive, or bill would receive royal assent and become an Act. Specifically, Amendment 19 provides that a committee of the Assembly would undertake a review of the Act's operation and, if appropriate, in consequence of its findings, to make recommendations for the repeal or amendment of the Act and to publish said findings and recommendations. Amendment 2 is a consequential amendment to Amendment 19 and will entail the changing of the overview section of the bill should the amendment be agreed. This amendment stems from a recommendation of the subcommittee that did the detailed scrutiny and the consultation and issued the report, and then endorsed in full committee later when the External Affairs and Additional Legislation Committee received their subcommittee's report. And during our deliberations within the subcommittee, we all concluded that post-legislative scrutiny was vital in this case, just because it is an act of deregulation in such an important area involving tenants. And firstly, to ensure that the rights of tenants are safeguarded, and secondly, so that RSLs are not disposing of land and assets in a way unanticipated by government. I think that's really important, how the new scheme operates and being able to reflect on how fit for purpose the legislation is in the light of actual practice, and that, therefore, that would benefit from post-legislative scrutiny. In the Minister's initial written response to the subcommittee's report, it was very much welcome to hear that the Minister said, and I quote, "I would welcome the opportunity for the Welsh Government to be involved in any post-legislative scrutiny process as appropriate," end quote. You know, at this stage, we sort of rub our hands and think, you know, at last we've made some progress, and there's been a significant shift, and really the point about this being seen as an act of deregulation is being grasped. Alas, during stage 2, we saw a complete volte-face on the part of the Minister, and she argued that, I quote, "This amendment would restrict the ability of the Assembly to decide how it should prioritise its resources in the future, potentially into the next Assembly term," end quote. Now, Llywedd, we're of course used to the executive jealously guarding the privileges of the legislature, and so, you know, I praise that type of, you know, mindset. But I do think it's misfired on this case, and in fact, I think it's mere sophistry. Firstly, on the argument of tying a future Assembly, if this bill is enacted soon, as is every expectation, we have 3 years in which to conduct that post-legislative scrutiny, and the window of 2 to 4 years would obviously be open to us, and we could complete this work ourselves. So it would not be necessarily us binding anyone other than ourselves. I have to say that the way legislatures operate is replete with obligations inevitably being created on the legislative arm of government over significant areas. Sunset clauses have the same effect in committing a legislature to future action, either to vote to maintain an act or to end it, and that's an important principle. And in fact, we place all sorts of duties on future assemblies in the way they have to handle statutory instruments and introduce regulations which are agreed by the affirmative resolution procedure or the super-affirmative procedure, and this has obviously an impact on timescale work, etc. But of course, in what we propose, a committee could be convened and do, you know, one session and decide, you know, the Act is working magnificently, and nothing is therefore required. Given the weight of what could happen and the importance of this bill, I do not think that is in any way a burden. I think it is our bounden duty to ensure that what we put in place is going to be fully fit for purpose, and we're crafting strong law. And indeed, there is one actual example of a Welsh Act placing an obligation on a future Assembly, and that's the Public Audit Act 2013 in respect of what type of employment future Auditor Generals can do, and publishing a list in relation to that. Can I just say the Law Commission themselves has stated, and I quote, that post-legislative scrutiny would translate into better regulation and into developing a more stringent focus on implementation, so it clearly has that advantage. And can I also say, Llywydd, what an excellent piece of post-legislative scrutiny occurred on the mental health measure, and I regard that as a seminal piece of work, not least because it did pick up unanticipated consequences, which did need public policy to be adapted. So, Llywydd, I think post-legislative scrutiny should be seen routinely in important areas of public policy as part of the legislative process, and I think it's entirely appropriate on occasion to require either the current Assembly or a future Assembly to undertake that due diligence, and I therefore move the amendment.
Bethan Sayed.
Diolch. We will be supporting the amendments in this group. Scrutiny is supposed to be one of the core functions of this Assembly, and there has been a weakness with previous legislation in that often that post-legislative scrutiny hasn't been given the prominence it should have been given. So we will support Amendment 19 on this basis, and I really don't think that it's for the government to decide what the National Assembly should be doing in relation to the role of the committee structures. I think it's something that we should decide as a legislature, and I think that's something, obviously, I hope that we do now, but I don't think that should be an imposition of a viewpoint, which I feel in this regard it may have come over as, and unfortunately, even if that wasn't the intended consequence. I think there is an argument that binding future assemblies, and it's likely this binds ourselves rather than a future assembly anyway, into post-legislative scrutiny is a good thing, and it's been a weakness of the process so far that we can address here. Turning to Amendments 5 and 13, we will be supporting these as well. They may seem minor procedural amendments that the government may claim are not necessary, but something being not necessary doesn't make it harmful. We can, of course, have an assurance that directions may not contain substantive provisions, but laying them before the Assembly carries that extra check in case a different minister or government changes their mind. It won't cost the government anything or change policy, but they add reassurance. And as I outlined earlier, we do have concerns about the unforeseen consequences of this bill, so giving the extra protections of these amendments would be helpful.
Cyflwyfar y Gweinidog, Rebecca Evans.
Thank you. So, as we have already heard, the External Affairs and Additional Legislation Committee, in its consideration of the bill, recommended that the National Assembly conducts post-legislative scrutiny of the bill should it become an act, to ensure in particular that tenants' rights are safeguarded and that RSLs are not disposing of land and assets in a way unanticipated by the Welsh Government. As I said in my response to the committee and during Stage 2 proceedings, the Welsh Government welcomes any scrutiny by the Assembly and will of course assist where possible. A core function of this Assembly is of course scrutiny. Scrutiny of the Government's actions, scrutiny of bills and scrutiny of the implementation of those bills once they become an act. And there's absolutely nothing in this bill which changes that. We clearly welcome we welcome scrutiny. And there's nothing to stop that committee which David Melding referred to being convened and doing a short piece of work, deciding all is well, or a longer piece of work to look at things in more detail. And again, nothing in this bill prevents that. So scrutiny of the bill can already be undertaken at the Assembly's discretion without forcing the Assembly to consider it within defined timescales. Amendment 19 provides the review must take place within 2 to 4 years after royal assent, and as we've heard, that will potentially bind a future Assembly, although I recognise there are different views as to whether or not that is something that we would want to see. If these amendments were to be passed, I am concerned about the precedent this may set and the consequences it may have on a future Assembly's ability to decide on its priorities, especially if these types of requirement for post-legislative scrutiny start to appear in more acts as time goes on. In respect of the concerns raised about this bill and disposals by RSLs, the purpose of regulation is to protect tenants and investment in social housing, and again, I assure you that robust regulatory oversight of these areas will continue. Any RSL which is not upholding tenants' rights or is disposing of land and assets in ways which do not meet the required standards will be investigated and any failings addressed. To make it clear, although I consider that there are sufficient safeguards in place, as I've already stated, I welcome scrutiny by the Assembly about the implementation and impacts of this bill. I do not, however, consider it necessary to restrict the ability of the Assembly to decide its priorities in future, and therefore I would recommend that these amendments are not supported. In respect of Amendments 5 and 13 relating to lay-in directions, I have considered this matter very carefully and I remain content that, given the nature and the content of the directions, the bill as it stands is appropriate. The scope of the directions to be given under Sections 5 or 14 of the bill is very limited. The directions will deal with the delivery, form and content of a notification to be given to the Welsh Ministers and the timeframes for doing so. The directions are therefore administrative in nature and will not contain substantive provisions. So, for example, it's intended that the directions will set out the template to be used when an RSL sends in a notification, so that all required information is received in a consistent format. I also expect the directions to specify the email and correspondence address that should be used to send in the notification, as well as the time frame in which the notification will be received. I have already committed to publishing the directions on the Welsh Government website, where they will be accessible to everyone. I am also very happy to keep members updated as directions are made and the bill is implemented. I appreciate that directions will be a requirement imposed under an enactment, and therefore there is the potential that wider intervention powers may be available if the directions are not complied with. However, this does not distract from the fact that the directions are administrative in nature. And it's important to remember that the Welsh Ministers are bound by public law in the exercise of their functions, and any actions taken as a result of non-compliance will be proportionate to the failings. There are already a number of other direction-making powers in the Housing Act 1996 and across a wide variety of other legislation that do not have any procedure attached to them. For example, the ability to make directions about service charges made by social landlords. I recommend that these amendments are not supported. However, as I have stated, I am happy to commit to keeping you informed when directions are made.
David Melding I ymateb i'r ddadl.
Oh, Lord. I mean, there are times when you think you're in Lewis Carroll's sort of wonderland. So we've heard from the Minister that post-legislative scrutiny is a good idea, but we shouldn't say so, certainly not in this bill. She is quite happy for it to happen, but is concerned about anything being made a legislative requirement because of the effect that would have on the future exercise of the legislature's prerogative. Well, I think one way of testing that would be not to whip your colleagues on this particular point. But I don't think for a minute you're going to do that, because you're doing this as a matter of executive convenience. And you shouldn't sort of hide behind this. Oh, yeah, we think post-legislative scrutiny is fine in principle, but never in actual practice. It should be in this bill. The Law Commission says that we should see post-legislative scrutiny as a routine part of significant lawmaking on areas of real public importance. And it's a pity that you're not able to grasp that point this afternoon. And then we have similar absurd contradictions on the requirement to lay directions here in the Assembly. We trust us as a government. These are all routine administrative matters. The Minister used the term administrative this afternoon. Well, this is how, parliamentary democracy works, Minister. We scrutinise the government's actions. We decide if they're just merely administrative and don't have wider public concerns. It's our job to do that. It is nothing like an onerous obligation for you to lay these directions in the Assembly and not just publish them on the Welsh Government website. If they need to be published there, they need to be laid here. I move the amendments.
Y cwestiwn yw a ddylid derbyn gwelliant 5. A oes unrhyw wrthwynebiad? Symudwn felly bleidlais electronig, agor y bleidlais. Tair bleidlais. O blaid 23, neb yn ymatal, 30 yn erbyn, felly gwrthodwyd gwelliant 5. Y grŵp nesaf welliant yw grŵp 3 sy'n ymwneud â methiant i gydymffurfio a deddfiad. Gwelliant 6 yw'r prif welliant yn y grŵp yma. Dwi'n galw David Melding i gynnig y prif welliant ac i siarad iddo ar gwelliant eraill yn y grŵp. David Melding.
Thank you once again, Llywydd. The three amendments in this third group, namely Amendments 6, 11 and 12, ensure that a failure to comply with the regulatory framework and the associated performance standards is explicitly recognised on the face of the bill as a failure to comply with the requirement imposed under an enactment. Again, this amendment arises from a recommendation of the subcommittee. Ultimately, this is an area of deregulation, as I've repeatedly emphasised, and will require careful risk management. And the protections that are afforded by the revised regulatory framework would become more important in terms of regulating RSLs when the legislative changes that are proposed come into force. And they will come into force because they have all-party support. So we really must look at the regulatory framework and the way it is going to work because of the added weight that it will carry. At stage 2, the Minister rejected these amendments on the basis that, quote, if we were to include a statement in the bill that standards issued under Section 33A are requirements imposed under enactment, there is a risk that this could cast doubt on the interpretation of other requirements imposed by or under enactments made with no similar statement. So, end quote. However, these amendments were drafted so that the regulatory framework would only be included in the definition of enactment for the purpose of determining whether an RSL had failed to comply with an enactment in the relevant schedule or sections of the Housing Act 1996. The framework would therefore not be included in the definition of enactment when used elsewhere in the Act, so it's quite focused. If the Welsh Government wanted to rely on a breach of the framework rather than the performance standards to say appoint an officer or manager, then this amendment would assist them in doing so. Llywydd, the positive consequence of this amendment is the increasing confidence for financial lenders. UK Finance emphasised this point in their evidence when they stated, and I quote, "We expect funders could take comfort from the wide definition of failure proposed in the legislation, which we take as including a failure in relation to the regulatory framework. For absolute clarity, however, we suggest that consideration be given to ensuring in the legislation that the failure to comply with the requirement imposed by or under enactment is clearly defined as including a failure in relation to the regulatory framework," end quote. So this, Llywydd, is exactly what the amendment seeks to do. With such high levels of uncertainty surrounding deregulation, I think we can at least, by adding a duty to comply to this bill, give lenders the confidence they need to help finance the important work that this sector does, especially if they are somewhat distant investors and not fully familiar with the operation of our law. They would get clarity, and those advising them would be confident to give that. So I move the amendment.
Rebecca Evans.
When an RSL fails to perform satisfactorily, there are a range of powers available to the Welsh ministers. The current threshold for taking action is generally where there has been mismanagement or misconduct. We have had to make this threshold more specific, as it was one of the issues of control identified by the ONS. Therefore, the bill amends the threshold to a failure to comply with a requirement imposed by or under an enactment. This threshold includes a failure to comply with the performance standards imposed under Section 33A of the Housing Act 1996 and published in the regulatory framework. David Melding, speaking at the Stage 2 debate, quoted UK Finance, who stated in their submission, "We suggest that consideration be given to ensuring in the legislation that the failure to comply with a requirement imposed by or under an enactment is clearly defined as including a failure in relation to the regulatory framework." UK Finance have, however, since confirmed to my officials that having considered my evidence to committee that the performance standards issued under Section 33A are requirements imposed under an enactment, they are content that there is no need for this to be restated on the face of the bill. I again confirm that standards issued under Section 33A of the Housing Act 1996 impose requirements on RSLs. They are clearly requirements imposed under an enactment and therefore already have the significant statutory weight which David Melding called for at Stage 2 during the scrutiny debate. I can also confirm that I have reviewed the explanatory notes following Stage 2 as I committed to do, and that they are clear that standards issued under Section 33A are a requirement under an enactment. Therefore, I do not consider that there is any ambiguity about whether the performance standards are requirements under an enactment, and, if they were breached, intervention powers would be available to the Welsh Ministers. If we were to include a statement in the bill that standards issued under Section 33A are requirements imposed under an enactment, there is a risk that this would cast doubt on the interpretation of other requirements imposed by or under enactments which made no similar statement, and this can have unintended adverse consequences. For example, if there was an express mention of the performance standards, but not directions, were directions subsequently to be issued, people might question whether or not they were a requirement imposed by or under an enactment. I do not support any amendments which might cause any doubt as to the interpretation or the interpretation of provisions in this or any other legislation. Amendments 6, 11 and 12 all refer to the regulatory framework for housing associations registered in Wales and its associated performance standards. Performance standards and standards which are issued in accordance with Section 33A of the Housing Act 1990. I'll start that again. Performance standards are standards which are issued in accordance with Section 33A of the Housing Act 1996. The phrase performance standards is the colloquial term for such standards. The standards form a central part of the regulatory framework. However, the regulatory framework itself does not have a statutory basis. The framework sets out the process for how regulatory judgments, which reflect the regulator's assessment of an RSL's compliance with the standards, are reached. As the amendments, as drafted, refer to documents which do not have a statutory basis and do not correctly identify Section 33A of the Housing Act 1996, at the moment these amendments would not operate effectively even if they were to be accepted. In any event, they are unnecessary as performance standards under Section 33A are already caught by the definition of a requirement imposed by or under an enactment. To clarify that position further is unnecessary and might cast doubt on the interpretation of other provisions where such clarity is not provided. So I would ask members to reject the amendments.
David Melding, I ymateb i'r drafodaeth.
This one is for the purists. All I can say is I've taken detailed advice from our advisors in terms of the legal requirements. It's often the case that the government will say, if you emphasise this by putting on the face of the bill, it will cause ambiguity elsewhere where you've not done the same, and you'll have a sort of massive bill all of a sudden because you want to make doubly sure. This is about ensuring that the new regulatory frameworks are going to be effective. The weight, as I said, on them is going to be much, much heavier than it was previously. We accept we're doing this not from our own free will, but because the ONS requires it, and in fairness to them, because of international accounting standards, and that has an effect on international organisations and how they determine the level of public expenditure in Britain and other such matters. But it's really important that we give this area of the bill the importance that it deserves. And we can do that by making it very clear in terms of its status as an enactment. And I have to say, in terms of Finance UK, I think their original advice stands. What you do about those more distant finance sources where, and investors that may be put off if they feel there's a level of ambiguity and the nature of the regulatory framework will not be strong enough to ensure proper, good governance, and that could have an effect on all our housing targets in the social housing sector. Now, in fairness, the Minister has shared with me the exchange of emails with Finance UK, and I welcome that, and it's open government. But it is fairly cursory, I have to say. This happened in late March. It's an email detailing why Finance UK needn't be worried, and that runs to a little over half a page of A4, not closely typed. And then they get, a week later, a one-liner back from Finance UK. Well, I have to say, that doesn't quite satisfy the obligations of scrutiny that I think fall upon this Assembly. And frankly, if you rely on that, it should have been perhaps made available to the Assembly more widely.
Could you tell us what the reply from UK Finance says?
They do say they're satisfied. Yeah.
Well, you can read it because it's...
So, but they've not gone through the issues that they raised and the issue of the distant finance, sources of finance. And it is no way you can verify whether they've had a full discussion, what that discussion was, what is the evidence on which they are basing their different view. It is a one-liner. The Minister wants me to read it, so I suppose I better had. Dear X, X being the official, I can confirm, having taken account of the views from our members, we have no issues with this proposed approach. And then you've obviously got to read the justification that the government has now provided, which is, in a little bit of detail, basically just said what the Minister has told us. Now, are we satisfied with what the Minister has told us? I mean, that's the judgment we have to make. And as I said, I think UK Finance were a little nearer the mark when they came in and freely gave their opinion to or give through written evidence their views to the committee, and I so move.
Cwestiwn yw o ddylid derbyn gwelliant 6. A oes unrhyw wrthwynebiad? Symudwn i bleidlais electronig, felly agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais, o blaid 16, neb yn ymatal, 37 yn erbyn, felly gwrthodwyd gwelliant 6. Grŵp nesaf o welliannau yw'r grŵp 4, a'r grŵp yma yn ymwneud â'r pŵer i benodi swyddogion. Gwelliant 7 yw'r prif welliant yn y grŵp, a dwi'n galw ar David Melding i gynnig y prif welliant i siarad i'r gwelliant hwnnw ag i welliannau eraill yn y grŵp. David Melding.
Thank you, Llywyd. The purpose of Group 4's amendments is to ensure that any appointments made under Section 6, the removal or appointment of an officer of a registered social landlord, and Section 8, the appointment of a manager of a registered social landlord, end when the relevant requirement is complied with or the relevant failure is remedied. Under these sections, an officer can be appointed to ensure compliance with the requirement imposed by or under an enactment, and a manager can be appointed when the Welsh Ministers are satisfied that the RSL has failed to comply with the requirement imposed by or under an enactment. During the Constitutional and Legislative Affairs Committee's scrutiny, and I should have mentioned earlier that I'm a member of that committee, though I think that fact is fairly well known, we asked the Minister whether consideration had been given to including provisions in Sections 6 and 8 of the bill regarding limiting the time for which an officer or a manager of an RSL are appointed by the Welsh Ministers where there's been a failure to comply with an enactment. We also queried whether it would be clearer to state that any appointments made under Sections 6 or 8 of the bill will end when the relevant requirement is complied with or the relevant failure has been remedied to the satisfaction of Welsh Ministers. In a letter of response to the Clack report, the Minister argued that this recommendation, and I quote, would not allow for a transition period in which the officer would remain in post while the Welsh Ministers satisfied themselves that the RSL was now capable of operation without the officer's assistance, end quote. Additionally, in Stage 2, the Minister argued that this amendment would remove the flexibility to have a transition period in which the officer or the manager would remain in post after the breach had been remedied. The Minister specifically said that, I quote, it's often the case that there is further input required. For example, the Welsh Ministers monitor whether an RSL can sustain its improvement, end quote. Now, I mean, I've got some sympathy with what the government's trying to do, but I think in terms of clarity, it would be better, I think, to have a different approach. Directives would only be issued in rare and challenging circumstances, and so one would presume that Welsh ministers would want an appointment to stay in place until they are beyond reasonable doubt that the issue has been rectified. So I don't see why you quite have this need to talk about transition periods. And under this amendment, the appointment would still be at the discretion of the Welsh ministers, who would be obliged to end it when the failure is remedied or the requirement is complied with to their satisfaction. And, you know, basically, I think this is just drafting the law more tightly in a clearer definition, and it achieves the same intent. And it would require the Welsh Minister to monitor the RSL for a period to ensure that they are satisfied. I agree that things have to be sustained. You can't just say, right, you've reached the required standard, but the bell rings and therefore the requirement drops away. It's obviously got to be sustained. I think that all that can be catered for in our clearer amendment, and I so move.
Bethan Syed.
We've taken a decision as a Plaid Cymru group not to support these amendments. We think that on this occasion they would impose too much rigidity on the government, and there may be an advantage to allowing flexibility in relation to this particular issue. There are certainly circumstances whereby allowing a person appointed by the Welsh Government to continue in their role would be an advantage to the organisation and tenants of that organisation once an intervention ends. And I think being too prescriptive may not allow for that particular flexibility. So in that regard, we will not be supporting the amendments.
Rebecca Evans.
Thank you. I've listened carefully to the comments made by David Melding today and in the Stage 2 committee session, and also the comments made by Bethan Syed today. And I genuinely believe that we all want the same outcome here, that where an officer or board member or manager is appointed by the Welsh Ministers to ensure that an RSL complies with a requirement imposed by or under an enactment, that appointment is for a reasonable time and doesn't go on indefinitely, but only until it's appropriate to ensure the RSL has addressed the issue in question and can sustain its compliance. However, the amendments that we have tabled before us aren't necessary to achieve this, and it might be useful if I explain the context in which these powers might be used, as it will only be used in rare circumstances where there are very serious regulatory issues to address. The regulation team monitor RSL's performance through continuous oversight and co-regulation, and it is likely therefore regulatory involvement would be considerable before a formal intervention of this significance is required. We updated the regulatory framework last year to include regulatory judgments. The judgments provide the regulator's view of the performance of an RSL, which is publicly available, informing tenants, lenders and other stakeholders about their performance. When the regulator has significant concerns about an association, once the facts have been established, a revised judgment can be published with an outline of the issues in question. This has the effect of putting the board and executive on public notice that they are required to tackle serious issues, what might be called special measures in other fields. Funders and other stakeholders are immediately alerted, and the board and executive will be publicly accountable for taking action to resolve issues. The framework and judgments therefore provide a robust regulatory environment driving improvement, which means that situations where it's necessary to use statutory powers are very rare. However, the power to appoint officers and managers is important in ensuring the interests of tenants and the public money invested in social housing are protected on the very rare occasions that such interventions might be needed. Therefore, these provisions must work effectively in practice. Concerns have been raised by Mr Melding that the appointment of an officer or manager is currently able to go on indefinitely. David Melding, excuse me. This is not the case. Appointments are for such time on such terms as the Welsh Ministers specify. The Welsh Ministers must consider when and how it's appropriate to make an appointment, and they are subject to the public law in taking that action. This means that Welsh ministers cannot act unreasonably or leave someone in a position where there is no good reason for them to be there. Where an appointment is made, the progress of the situation will be monitored and the appropriate time to end the appointment will be decided from an informed position. Therefore, I am satisfied that the existing legislation is effective and that there are sufficient safeguards to ensure that officers or managers appointed by the Welsh ministers to deal with a specific problem will not stay in post longer than is necessary or appropriate. And for this reason, the amendments in this group are unnecessary. In addition, I would also like to draw members' attention to a couple of practical issues with the amendments. In addition to appointments to ensure compliance with requirements by or under an enactment, the amendments in this group also capture other circumstances where an officer might be appointed, for example, in place of an officer removed by Welsh ministers. Appointments made in these circumstances are not linked to a failure to comply with a requirement imposed by or under an enactment, and therefore the trigger for terminating appointments in the amendments would not work in these types of appointment. The amendments also remove the Welsh Minister's ability to renew appointments, which takes away further flexibility to keep an appointee in post during a transition period. Finally, I recall at stage 2, David Melding raised concerns that the current position may undermine the ONS's concern or their eagerness to see that there is a clear independence in the governance of RSLs. However, the purpose of this bill is not to amend more widely the general regulatory functions of Welsh ministers, but rather to address those elements of control which led to ONS classifying RSLs within the public sector. The ONS have reviewed the bill prior to introduction and stated that if the bill receives royal assent in its current form, the totality of public sector influence exercised through central government, local authorities and the existence of nomination agreements would not constitute public sector control. Therefore, not only am I satisfied that these amendments are unnecessary to ensure that appointments made by the Welsh ministers are handled appropriately, I am also satisfied that the period of appointments has not been raised by ONS during their considerations, and the existing legislative provisions in respect of the period of appointments would not affect the ONS reclassification decision. And for these reasons, I would ask that the amendments are not supported.
David Melding, I ymateb i'r drafodaeth.
Well, I hold to the amendments being clearer and establishing a better policy for the future in terms of when interventions have to be made and giving too extensive a power to the executive, which isn't defined more tightly. I mean, I think is not best practice. However, as the ministers put on record her full position in terms of how this would operate and refer to ONS, and in particular, as I'm not getting any support from Plaid Cymru, I won't trouble the Assembly by pushing for a vote on Group 4, as they clearly will not carry the Assembly.
Therefore, Amendment 7 is not being moved. If the Assembly is content with that, Amendment 7 and all other amendments in Group 4 will not be put to the vote. Sy'n dod â ni at... Sy'n dod â ni felly at welliant 11. Yma angen I David Melding gyflwyno gwelliant 11 yn ffurfiol.
Formally.
Cwestiwn yw, a ddylid derbyn gwelliant 11? A oes unrhyw wrthwynebiad? Symudwn ni bleidlais electronig ar welliant 11, agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 15, neb yn ymatal, 37 yn erbyn, felly gwrthodwyd gwelliant 11. Gwelliant 12, David Melding.
Formally.
Cwestiwn yw, a ddylid derbyn gwelliant 12, a oes unrhyw wrthwynebiad? Symudwn ni bleidlais electronig ar welliant 12, agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 16, neb yn ymatal, 37 yn erbyn, felly gwrthodwyd gwelliant 12. David Melding, gwelliant 13.
Move.
Cwestiwn yw, a ddylid derbyn gwelliant 13, a oes unrhyw wrthwynebiad? Symudwn ni bleidlais electronig ar welliant 13 agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 23, neb yn ymatal, 30 yn erbyn, gwrthodwyd gwelliant 13. Y grŵp nesaf, grŵp 5, y grŵp ola, a mae'r grŵp yma o welliant yn ymwneud â'r pwyr ei wneud rheoliadau. Gwelliant 14 yw'r prif welliant yn y grŵp yma. Dwi'n galw'r David Melding i gynnig y prif welliant i siarad i'r gwelliant yna ag i'r gwelliannau eraill yn y grŵp. David Melding.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywyd, and I so move. Amendments 14, 15, 16 and 17 are in Group 5. Amendments to clarify that the regulation making powers in this bill are to make consequential amendments only. Amendment 18 is a further amendment to ensure that the regulation making powers shall lapse when the ONS confirms that RSLs have been reclassified. The explanatory note to the bill states that Section 18 provides that the Welsh ministers may make consequential amendments for the purpose of giving full effect to any provisions set out in the bill. Section 18(1) of the bill contains a Henry VIII power where regulations are used to amend primary legislation and provides that the Welsh ministers may make such provision, amending, repealing or revoking any enactment they consider appropriate in consequence of any provision made by or under the bill, or for the purpose of giving full effect to any provision made by or under the bill. Section 18(4) provides that where regulations are made under Section 18(1), which amend or repeal an act or measure of the Assembly or an act of the UK Parliament, i.e. when exercising the Henry VIII power, the power under Section 18(1) will be subject to the affirmative procedure. Section 18(5) provides that where any other regulations are made under Section 18(1), they will be subject to the negative procedure. During the CLAC scrutiny, we asked why the affirmative procedure does not apply to all regulations made under Section 18, regardless of whether they amend primary legislation. And the Minister told us that this section provides the power to make essentially consequential amendments and that the approach taken is in line with the Consul-General's guidance. This is another argument between the Executive and the Legislature. Much as I rate the Consul-General and the previous holders of that report, and venerate, indeed, to some extent, their guidance, it's what we want and what CLAC has been setting out as best practices. That's what we should aspire to. And indeed, in the sector, there was some concern expressed about the approach the government had taken. I refer again to UK Finance, who did express their concern that the proposed power in Section 18 was too wide. They may have recanted under the encouragement of the Welsh Government, but that was what they originally said, and they did make the point, as I made earlier, that it wasn't just what people that had a high degree of knowledge of the sector would interpret, but it was that wider circle of funders who could see this as too wide and interfering a power and potentially not as rigorous, therefore, as a narrower approach. In a response to this amendment at stage 2, the Minister first argued that it would be helpful to amend the heading of Section 18 to indicate more clearly the narrow scope of the power. However, in reality, this makes no difference whatsoever, as headings in legislation are for guidance only. What we need to see here is an amendment that's a lot more restrictive and which does address the concerns of how broad the current powers are. And the amendment that I have proposed restricts the scope of the power and uses the wording from the Abolition of the Right to Buy and Associated Rights Act 2018. I have to say I'm not a great fan of that act, but in terms of the way it's dealt with the regulatory powers, it's a better model than the one the Minister's come up with. I have to say, I think it's fairly concerning that any Henry VIII powers in the bill, given the unusual nature of this bill, but also that it is responding to a very particular issue in terms of ONS reclassification. So anyway, Amendment 21 in this group specifically rectifies these concerns about the open-endedness of these powers by restricting them or ending them once reassessment has been confirmed by ONS. So I think it's it's important that we look at regulation making powers. There aren't many in this bill, it has to be said, but have the best system available to us, and that we shouldn't allow, through this particular avenue, greater scope than is absolutely necessary, because what the government thinks is consequential and necessary is not always what we think, and therefore, more restrictive powers, given the ability of the executive to get its business, have to be justified here when we're dealing with the actual primary principle of this legislation, and I therefore move.
Glover Gweinidog, Rebecca Evans.
Thank you. David Melding referred to some of the early concerns which were raised in respect of the amendment power, and it did appear that the concern raised by those stakeholders at the early stages stemmed from a misunderstanding of the exact scope of the power of Section 18 of the bill, and a concern that funders who may not be familiar with the legislation might perceive an open-ended ability of ministers to change the functions of the regulator as a risk of indefinite uncertainty, and this was set out in that written evidence from UK Finance. However, I can assure you that Section 18 does not provide the Welsh ministers with an open-ended ability to change the functions of the regulator. Section 18 is a narrow power which is limited to making changes to other legislation which are needed to make this legislation operate properly, in light of the specific changes which are made on the face of this bill. Any changes made using the power in Section 18 would therefore have to be closely connected with the changes made by the bill. So an example of the type of consequential amendment we are discussing can be found in the land registration rules. These currently set out a form of a restriction which refers to the consent to the disposal of land by an RSL, which we are removing. This form will need to be updated to reflect the fact that there will no longer be a requirement for the RSL to obtain consent. It is these types of consequential amendments that need to be made to ensure that the substantive provisions in the bill operate effectively. Discussions have been held with UK Finance following their initial written evidence to discuss the actual scope of the power which I referred to earlier, and following those discussions, UK Finance has confirmed to my officials that they are content with the scope of the power. And members will also note that the title of Section 18 has been changed to make that narrow scope clearer within the bill. There are some practical difficulties with the proposed amendments. The effect of Amendments 14 to 17 is that amendments could not be made to other legislation at all at any point. This would mean that if other legislation was identified which needed to be amended to make it operate properly, it could not be easily done, which would frustrate the effective implementation of this bill. Turning to Amendment 18, this has the effect that the consequential amendment power in Section 18 of the bill will lapse as soon as the Welsh Ministers receive confirmation that RSLs have been reclassified. But I will stress again that this is not a power to make amendments for the purpose of achieving reclassification. The narrow power conferred by Section 18 must be able to be used beyond the reclassification decision, which is expected soon after royal assent, as at that point there may not have been time to make the regulations. It is also possible that other acts made or implemented after the date of reclassification will need to be amended. UK Finance has also confirmed to my officials that they are content that there is no provision for the power to automatically lapse in this bill. For these reasons, I recommend these amendments are not supported.
David Melding, I ymateb i'r drafodaeth.
Can I just finally say, I followed the model in the Abolition of the Right to Buy Act, and I don't think it makes any sense to have powers that go beyond the actual purpose of the Act. And there has to be, a time when that point is reached, and we know that what's been done has been done. And therefore, I urge the amendments are approved.
Cwestiwn yw a ddylid derbyn gwelliant 14 a oes unrhyw wrthwynebiad? Symudwn i bleidlais electronig ar welliant 14, agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 16, neb yn ymatal. 37 yn erbyn. Gwrthodwyd gwelliant 14. David Melding, gwelliant 15.
Move.
Cwestiwn yw a ddylid derbyn gwelliant 15. A oes unrhyw wrthwynebiad? Symudwn ni bleidlais electronig. Agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 16, neb yn ymatal. 37 yn erbyn, gwrthodwyd y gwelliant. David Melding, gwelliant 16. Cwestiwn yw a ddylid derbyn gwelliant 16. A oes unrhyw wrthwynebiad? Symudwn ni bleidlais electronig ar welliant 16. Agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 16, neb yn ymatal. 37 yn erbyn, felly gwrthodwyd gwelliant 16. David Melding, gwelliant 17. Cwestiwn yw a ddylid derbyn gwelliant 17. A oes unrhyw aelod yn gwrthwynebu? Symudwn ni bleidlais electronig ar welliant 17. Agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. Blaid 16. Neb yn ymatal. 37 yn erbyn. Gwrthodwyd gwelliant 17. David Melding, gwelliant 18.
Move.
Cwestiwn yw a ddylid derbyn gwelliant 18. A oes unrhyw wrthwynebiad?
Object.
Symudwn ni bleidlais electronig ar welliant 18. Agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 16, neb yn ymatal. 37 yn erbyn. Gwrthodwyd gwelliant 18. David Melding, gwelliant 19.
Move.
Cwestiwn yw a ddylid derbyn gwelliant 19. A oes unrhyw wrthwynebiad?
Object.
Symudwn felly bleidlais electronig ar welliant 19. Agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 23, neb yn ymatal, 30 yn erbyn, gwrthodwyd gwelliant 19. David Melding, gwelliant 2. Cwestiwn yw a ddylid derbyn gwelliant 2. A oes unrhyw wrthwynebiad? Symudwn ni bleidlais electronig ar welliant 2. Agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 23, neb yn ymatal. 30 yn erbyn, gwrthodwyd gwelliant 2. Rydym felly wedi dod i ddiwedd yn ystyriaeth ar gyfnod 3 o'r bil reoleiddio landlordiad cymdeithasol cofrestredig Cymru. Dwi'n datgan y bernir bod pob adran o'r bil a phob y todlen iddo wedi i dderbyn. Pwynt y drefn. Ymhellach i'r pwynt y drefn ynghynt y prynawn yma gan Simon Thomas. Mark Drakeford.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywyd, thank you for the chance to confirm that the Government will offer an oral statement tomorrow on the agreement reached today between the Welsh Government and the UK Government on amendments to the UK withdrawal bill. Those amendments will be published by the UK Government tomorrow, together with a text of an intergovernmental agreement. I hope that the timing of the oral statement will be such that members will have had an opportunity to consider those documents so that they are able to scrutinise the Government's decision in the full light of the facts.
Thank you for that contribution. Ac felly daw hynna ar trafodion i ben am heddi. Diolch.